Wow, good
Here we
morning.
are.
We're here. Welcome to our 18th annual technology party. We're super excited. It's been a wild week going to the stores, but we're here and we're energized. We have a lot to bring to you. My name is Rob Richards, owner of Rocky Mountain Sewing and Vacuum, and this is Megan McCabe.
Hey guys.
She is our everything. She's really the presenter. I'm just the eye candy sidekick today. So she's
especially in the getup.
Yeah, I've got the full getup. This is not going to last long because it's very warm.
Yeah.
But we're here. This, like I said, this is our 18th annual technology party, and we just have a lot to go over.
Yes.
We're going to have a break partway through. It's not really exactly half, just to give you a heads up. Get some snacks ready so you can join us in some snacks. We're going to pause once in a while to set up some live demos.
Yeah.
And we're just going to jump right in.
Yeah, it's going to be a really fun day. So thank you guys so much for joining us. And if you haven't, in the comments, let us know where you're from. Because we'd love to know if you're local, if you're not. And regardless, welcome. Thanks for joining us today on this Sunday morning.
And make sure we're going to give away so much stuff today.
So much.
There's a ton. And you'll see slides where we do giveaways. But please enter by liking, commenting, sharing, doing all that social media good stuff. And when are we giving away or announcing the winners?
I believe we're announcing the winners on October 5th.
The 5th, yes. So we're going to give you some time. This is going to go, on Facebook and on
YouTube, all of that. So
all over the world, to the moon.
Right.
It'll be good.
Yep. Let your friends know that we're dressed like Vikings,
Yeah, we're just acting like dorks.
Yep. As usual.
Good thing stuff on the internet doesn't stay around forever.
Never.
We'll be okay.
We'll be fine.
Here we go. Let's just jump right in. Hopefully at home you're dressed as a Viking too.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool.
If you are, post a selfie.
Yeah.
Join our R.S.V.P VIP group on Facebook. Post a selfie of you in your Viking gear.
That's a great
We
idea.
had so many fun outfits that customers did too. So thank you guys that joined us for participating so much. There was cool makeup, cool hair, cool outfits, even cardboard. It was great.
Yeah, it was great. Duct tape. I saw more duct tape. It was great.
Yeah.
Okay, so our annual technology party has morphed over the years. We started in 2008, and back then we had two brands, Brother and Pfaff. And so now we carry every brand imaginable, really. So things have changed. Tech Party used to be, we go to convention in July or August, and we come back in September and have a tech party to kind of announce what got launched at those two conventions. Well, now with so many things going on all the time, we just really have Tech Party to talk about what changed since last Tech Party.
Yeah.
This is a daunting task for us. I want you to feel sorry for us for just a second. So Megan really starts on this PowerPoint and what we're going to be talking about in April. And there is so much that changes. Just so many things that are always changing in our industry that it's kind of, we could do probably a 12-hour PowerPoint.
Easily.
And still not cover everything. So we kind of selectively pick some stuff just to whet your appetite. None of this is supposed to be like an immersive, teach you everything about brand A or model A or whatever. So stay tuned. We got lots coming up. We have some great links that'll be popping up to go to our website to these specific products. Just in case you want to buy something, we have the ability to sell stuff.
Yeah, and don't forget, we do have a landing page with all of the Tech Party stuff and the product on there. So if you haven't visited it, check the comments because it'll be popping up there throughout the entire presentation. So you can kind of follow along that way.
Yeah, if you just go to RockyMountainSewing.com, there's a hero ad at the top that you can just click on and bam, it'll take you right there. So as many of our local customers here know, and we have a lot of them that have been, we had so many people. It was such a good time. We're still coming down off of the front.
I think we had over 600 people attend all four. So thank you guys so much. It was great.
Local peeps, thank you. So, this is the best time to buy. We always say this every year. Not trying to have cheesy taglines and things, but this really is the best time to buy. We have sewing machines, Sergers. There's so much stuff in our stores. If we don't talk about it, it's still on sale. We have a promotional code that I'll be sharing in a little bit. We have anywhere from 6 to 72 months, no interest, and with interest financing. We have some leasing programs we can introduce you to. So we just have a lot going on all the time. We're having these prices be good for 1 week only. In the stores, we put good for today only with some latitude, but we have to put some strings, attached to this because our vendors attach strings to us. So here's our first code. So if you use Tech Party as a code at checkout, you put your items in your cart, you hit checkout and go to, I think it's the top right of the screen, there's a place for a promotional code. Put Tech Party in there, and it will unlock some savings for you. You'll have to try it to see what the savings are, but they are substantial. And that's going to be for things like sewing machines, vacuums, sewing furniture, embroidery software.
All sorts.
Yeah, all sorts of things like, and we also have no sales tax if you're outside of Colorado, and we have free shipping on all orders over $100. So buy as much as you want.
Definitely.
We
Make
also
some new friends today.
Yeah, and we also have a code that is SAVE30 without a space. And if you're buying notions, accessories, things of those natures, hoops, you can get 30% off right on the website. So it's SAVE30 without a space, and that will be popping up here again later. And then we also, once we get to certain products, there are certain products that we can only sell within Colorado. So if you pay attention here soon, we'll talk about those. Well, of course you're going to pay attention, but
yeah.
So here's some information I always put up on our screen is like, why would I buy from Rocky Mountain Sewing and Vacuum? I'm glad you asked.
Because we're dressed as Vikings.
Yeah, we're dressed as Vikings. What else do you need to know? Let me just drop the mic. So anyways, we have, whenever you purchase from somebody, I'm a customer to places. Whenever you purchase something, there's a trust issue that goes, trust that goes into play there. You always want to spend money with people you trust. If you look at our Google star ratings, we average 4.9 amongst the 4 stores. Our customers love us, and for many reasons. So I put some of them up here, and this is just me kind of getting to brag about Rocky Mountain Sewing. So please bear with me for just a minute. So we have a low price guarantee. We will never, ever be undersold, which sounds cheesy, but it's true. And I'll explain it in a couple slides why that's possible. We also have knowledgeable staff at all the stores. And even if you purchase online, we try not to, it's kind of difficult to give the same kind of service if someone lives in Arkansas as they do like right here coming to one of our stores. But we'll do things like a Zoom call to help somebody. And we give the same outstanding service to the best of our ability to anybody, not just the people that are here locally. We have low interest and no interest financing every day of the week. We have some really great financing right now. We give free estimates if you're local. For repairs. We have new owners classes here. If you purchase from us, you get free classes to teach you how to use your machine for as long as you own it. We want you to be happy with what you bought. We have factory trained technicians. Like I mentioned at the beginning, we are authorized dealers for every brand. So we have technicians that are factory trained. As a matter of fact, they just got done with training with Viking here in Denver like 2 days ago. So they're constantly learning. We have a 6-month exchange program. There are some nuts and bolts to it, but in a nutshell, you get 6 months to make up your mind if you bought the right machine. So let's say you buy a Serger for $2,000 on sale. You use it, you take your classes, you're like, man, I just really wish I'd purchased that Serger that's on sale for $4,000 right now. You get 100% of that purchase towards that something else. Like I said, there are some strings attached, like it can't be dripping Pepsi out of it. It can't look like it's 3 years old when it's only 3 months old. And there are some price restrictions where you have to purchase a certain amount to go up, but that's usually not a problem. So we just really want you to be happy. We don't have a lot of customer service policies. We have really one policy, and that's to make the customer happy to the best of our ability. I don't want policies to get in the way of good customer service. I've run into that as a customer myself, and it's aggravating. We also have 4 locations, 3 around Denver and 1 in Colorado Springs. So if you're out of town and come visit, we'd love to see you sometime.
Yeah, please come say hi.
Yeah. Okay, so this slide is a new one for me, and I wanted to put this out there because like at big events, Tech Party, Rusty Barn, people come up to me and say, Rob, how can you give me such a large trade-in for my 1965 Singer Touch and Swear, right? How does that really work? And, because that sounds like fuzzy math. Well, the reason is our industry is volume-based. The more you buy over the course of the year, the lower your prices get. And so this is going to sound like bragging. I'm not meaning it to sound like bragging. I am very proud of what we do at Rocky Mountain Sewing and Vacuum. We have great people. This company is built with great people and a owner that's kind of weird.
Yeah, that's fair.
He dresses up as a Viking and stuff. So we are, for instance, we're the only dealership in Colorado with any of these awards and accolades. So we're top 10 in the United States for BabyLock. We've only been a BabyLock dealer for about 2 years, and we're already at the top 10, which I'm very proud of. We're also, they have an award called the Samurai Award. So that's a top 13 in the country that sell Sergers, or for the most Sergers sold, and we hit that award this past year. We're also top 5 with OESD. We are only one of a couple ultimate dealers for VIKING and Pfaff. So we're only a couple of those in the whole country. And then we're Diamond Elite with Brother, Janome, we're Platinum level. I didn't put a couple others on there. You know, we're excellence dealers with Bernina. We have some awards with Handy Quilter and so forth. So I say all that not to really brag, because, you know, I hang the award on the wall and I move on. I don't really look at them and like admire them. But it's all this happens because of our customers. We sell a lot of stuff. I don't buy it and put it in a warehouse somewhere, Megan's garage, and just stare at it. We move this product, right? We sell it. And it's because our customers love us, they trust us, and that's really a testament to our customer service and to our customers being just so awesome. So thank you for being our customer. And if you're not our customer, become our customer. Hello there. Okay, I'm almost done with all my blah, blah, blah and getting into the fun stuff. This presentation replaces all other offers. It cannot be combined with other things. We've done, this is our 9th presentations. We've done 8 of these. And nothing's come up, or if someone's like, hey, Rob, I can get this cheaper over here. That just doesn't happen. If it does, if you find something, please let us know and we will beat it. If it's an authorized dealer out there, we'll beat it. If it's on eBay or Facebook Marketplace, that doesn't count because that's different stuff. So please let us know, and we'd love to earn your business. So I'm going to quickly go through this. I kind of mentioned some of this. We have low interest, no interest financing. The important thing is at the bottom. If you're not financing, we have the ability on some of our products, not all of them, to give a cash check or charge discount. Now, obviously, if you're out of state, I guess you could mail us a cashier's check, or, you know, get an armored truck and maybe drive some money here, but we prefer that not to have. But we do give discounts. We consider card the same as cash, so we don't charge extra for that. So let us know. I'll throw up a phone number here in a minute, so you can give us a shout if you're interested in anything and have a question. And then all financing is on approved credit. We do on some of the slides say as low as X, and at the bottom it says on approved credit plus tax. We don't know what tax rates are going to be. If you're out of state, there's no sales tax, so it's just going to be that number. But if you're local, we don't know what the sales tax rate is, and so we say as low as $200 a month. It's going to be a little bit higher than that if you're here locally and pay sales tax. All right, so here's our code again. So Machines and Furniture. Use the code TechParty at checkout, and you'll save a certain amount that I'm not going to disclose on your entire cart.
It's a secret.
And then again, Notions and Accessories. Save 30% by using Save 30 at checkout, and you'll unlock all those savings. And again, over $100 ships for free. And if you need to call us, I'll leave this up here for a minute. Just give us a shout. Operators are standing by. If you call 888-897-6362. We're actually at the Littleton location today, so it will ring here, and we have 3 lines waiting, and we'd love to earn your business. Let's jump in.
All right.
At the very end, we're going to give away a big bundle of goodness that R&K or Floriani helps us come up with. It's a good value.
It's a good value, and it's a big box.
It's a big box. And one thing it doesn't come with is a little chest of gold. I just want to clarify that.
But it does have a chest of thread.
Has a chest of thread. Yeah, so it's almost like gold. So we'll be giving that away at the end. Again, like, share, comment. You know, all that good stuff.
Definitely.
Put in your comments, what would you do if you got this, if you won this entire huge bundle of goodness?
Oh yeah, what your next project would be. Because you're going to get stabilizer, threads, scissors, designs, even a rotary cutter.
Yeah.
So, oh my gosh.
Inspiration.
It's a bundle of goodness.
It's a bundle of goodness. And then kind of one of my disclaimers that I have locally is we really want you to feel like you won something. So if you get like, if you win, I don't know, an embroidery design that we give away or something like that, and you don't have an embroidery machine, give our operators a call and they'll sell you an embroidery machine to go with that design pack. I'm just kidding. We want you to be happy. So if you win something like that and you reach out to Megan and say, hey, you know, I don't have an embroidery machine, we'll find something else for you of equal value. We do want you to feel like you actually won and didn't end up with something like, what am I going to do with this?
Right. So. Also, by the way, if you do win, we're going to announce the winners on October 5th. So I believe that's a week from Saturday, if I remember correctly.
That's about right.
And then we will announce it on Facebook, YouTube, all of that. And of course, emails. So if you're not part of our email list, hop on our website and make sure you do that. However, if you are one of the winners, you're going to email me at rockymountain.edu@gmail.com. And then we'll get you squared away if we need to send it to you, or if you're local and we need to get it to a store, we can do that. So.
Yeah, and if you're not on our email list already, just go to rockymountain.com. All the way at the bottom, there's a place to sign up for the email. It's pretty painless, and we'll get you on our list.
And we got lots of stuff
We have a lot going on all the time, so we email probably more than we should. I don't know. I won't say.
But it's all fun stuff. So,
woo! Yeah. All right, so I'm going to hand this to you. I'm going to grab my first prize.
Here we go.
All right. Locally, every time we have an event, even if I just show up at the store and there's a class going on, a lot of times I like to give away an 18-spool box of string. And I've always called it string. I've been doing that for 18 years now. So we're going to give one of these away. This is some great thread by Madeira. It's just a rayon pack. Has a retail value of $8 zillion. And so like, share, comment. This is our test to see how engaged you guys are.
Yes.
Here locally in the stores, I always have people make a lot of noise, jump up and down, be excited. Woo! So if you feel the urge in your living room, in your jimmer jammers, if you are, wherever you're at, just give us a woo. I'll feel it. I can feel it through the...
Yeah, so comment your excitement below so that we know just how jazzed you are.
Yeah, give us a woo.
Hopefully that'll give us some energy too.
And if you give us a woo, that will actually put you in to draw for the drawing. All right.
All right.
Back at it. I really feel like I need to get rid of these horns.
You've kept them on longer than you have all week.
That's growth right there. So right now, everybody is a winner that's watching. OESD has given us a beautiful So Vintage embroidery design pack worth $69.99, which is almost like $70. So just go to this website, put in that collection, the So Vintage collection number there, and it'll pop up in your cart as $69.99. You can pay for it if you want. You can buy it, or you can use that code at the bottom. That's a promotional code that will zero out your cart, and you'll be able to download that right from your inbox and start sewing today.
Absolutely. And it has a lot of different designs in that collection. So on actually the Viking costume I have right now, the lace that I have accenting my capelet is from that, along with some of the accents I put around the bodice that I embroidered on the Radiance. And then I've also got a sample that Lynn in Littleton did with all of these different designs. So it's a pack that has so much in there.
Yeah. How come I didn't get a capelet?
Okay, so I offered to make you some stuff and you're like, the one's fine.
Terrible. And 100% of what's embroidered after our presentation here, it won't live out there on the interwebs forever. So, all right, here we go. Mallory is our So Fun coordinator, and she's got a little video here to play for us.
Hi, everybody. I wanted to stop by today to just talk to you really quick about our discount card. This is a last year one, so it looks a little bit different, but if you get our discount card, you get 20% off on all notions, accessories, thread, stabilizers, all of that good stuff at any of our stores every day of the year. It also gets you into our So Fun event. If you have never come to one of our So Fun events, I would love to see you there. We have it every single month at the stores. Each store has their own events, so you can come to your local store or try out a different one. And we cycle through a bunch of different patterns and fabric and discs and all of that good stuff that we will show you the finished project and talk through how to make it, the tools that you need, how to use those tools. You get to eat some food, enjoy other people's company. It's really a good time. So we hope to see you there.
Okay, thank you, Mallory. We've changed. We're magically back. So we have a discount card here locally. You can use this anywhere in the country. We sell these all the time online to people all over the place. So here locally, on the back of this card are some quilt shops that we like to share our customer base with, and we don't charge them to be on here on our card. They just have to meet some certain criteria, and we'll put their name on there. And if you flash this card in their shop, they are just required to give you something, a high five, a hug, a discount, a fat quarter, and something for flashing your discount card. Since we're halfway through the year, we just charged $34.99 for this. But the beauty of it is it gives you 20% off our notions, accessories, feet, everything like that, all for the rest of the year. So depending on how much people buy, it doesn't count today because we're getting 30% off. We don't let people double dip, but you get 30% off today on all notions. And by the way, if there's some other notion item that you've been eyeballing and you'd like to order, just give us a call or shoot us an email at rockymountain.onlinesales@gmail.com. I should have put that on there. I didn't. But anyways, we can hook you up with that. And if you hit $100, it's free shipping. And so this is going to go until the end of the year. Starting in about November, December, we'll start selling them for the following for 2026. All right.
All right.
So we have swag.
Here we go. We do.
Yeah. You should do this one. This is your favorite
I should do
thing.
this one? Okay. Well, first off, we brought in a little Rocky Mountain Sewing and Vacuum Stylus pen, which it is an actual pen. It's also a stylus that works on every single screen. And, of course, it's a flashlight. So you can maybe see Rob glittering a little bit more.
Yes.
So it's fantastic. If you drop anything on the floor, it'll glitter at you. So I thought it was a really nice thing for us to do. Plus, it does write really great.
Yeah. Swag has always been weird for me. I'll go to Rusty Barn and someone will be like, hey, Rob, I got this tote bag from you like 6 years ago. And, you know, when are you going to have more stuff like this? I've never done it because I've always thought swag was kind of lame. You know, I don't know. Here's my logo, but people like it. So we did it. So we have these after the 30% off at $6.99. And we also have a Rocky Mountain scissor kit.
Yes, and I think I have to squeeze by you I can show that one.
I will step off.
I forgot to grab it earlier.
I will grab
it. There we
go.
You. Ta-da!
So yeah, it's a nice scissors kit. We had these special ordered. It has our name on it. There's also an embroidered, it comes in a nice satin or a felt box. It has an embroidered design on the top. We didn't do the embroidery, but I inspected it and it looks great. It also has, so it has dressmaker shears and some some storked snips. It's been a long day.
They are nice scissors too.
Yeah, so we have these at $38.49. Those are, you can purchase those right off all the stuff right off our website. There should be links popping up there for you to check it out. All right, and this is you.
Yeah, here we go. So what I'm thinking, Rob, is I'm going to have you show the samples off over here, and I'll walk this way. How about that? Sure.
That's a good plan.
Okay, so first thing we're going to talk about is OESD. And OESD has lots of different embroidery designs. They have their spree club, all sorts of things going on with them right now. One of which is that they can now do Warner Brothers designs. Yes. So the Warner Brothers designs isn't included on your spree membership, unfortunately, but they have so many different designs out there. They've got, they've got Harry Potter, they've got Scooby-Doo, they've got the Goonies, they're going to do stuff like Lord of the Rings. Yep. So many different things are going on. So the thing that they're very excited right now is their Harry Potter designs, including the Hogwarts Castle.
Look at that.
So he's going to bring it over the camera. It is their largest freestanding lace structure. So you might not be able to see the whole thing in one shot here, but she's very large. At the stores, I couldn't hand her across to all the people because it was just too big. It is, if you've never done a freestanding lace structure like this, it's kind of like doing embroidery Legos because you stitch out the pieces and then you put them together. And you actually use a little bit of fabric, maybe some fiber form to keep it stiffer. And it turns out beautiful, but this is one of their most detailed ones that they've done yet, and it truly ends up gorgeous. So along with that, Harry Potter also has their houses that are within Hogwarts. So we've got Gryffindor, that's me. We've got Slytherin. We've got, I'm going too fast for him.
You're going too fast.
So that one's Gryffindor. We've got Hufflepuff, of course, and then we also have Ravenclaw. So all 4 houses are represented here. Let us know in the comments which one you are. But don't put it away yet, Rob.
Sorry.
What is interesting about these designs, I know on the slide that you might be seeing on the screen, they kind of look like a flag, and they look like a giant design made for those big hoops that we're going to be talking about a little bit later. But it's actually a tiling scene. So each of those different pieces are in about a 5 by 7 inch frame. And you can use things like metallic threads. So Those are fantastic, customizable. They're a good size, but you don't need to have a giant hoop in order to do them. So those are kind of fun. The next thing we're going to talk about is in September, October, and November of every single year, OESD does a promotion where if you spend, I believe it's $59.99 or more, you get a free design collection from them. So this year, it's the Candy Christmas Designs, and I'm going to play a quick video about them. I don't know if you can see us or not, but all of us were jamming to the music over here, even our cameraman and our person that's doing comments. So
that song has been stuck on
I think we forgot to mention that. So thank you to Sean for doing the technology stuff to do the live stream. We've got Emily from Littleton doing comments. And then Lynn is one of our operators, of course. And then Kasha is our online sales manager who's helping too. So
don't forget Emma.
And Emma, of course. Sorry. Emma's also doing comments and she's doing it remotely. So
there you go.
Cool. So anyways, there's a lot of elements to do these live streams, but we're very excited to do them and glad we can share it with you guys.
Absolutely.
But those Candy Christmas Designs, there's lots of different ones. I don't have a sample of the one for September, which was those cute little bags, but it's interesting because they use the vinyl so you can kind of see your little treats poking through. They're really cute if you're doing a Christmas party or have a kid that's really excited to give gifts. Those are amazing. We've also got tags and ornaments that are available with them too. So Rob's showing them on that camera right there. You can kind of see how they're applique, and you can actually do it right on cardstock. So when you have your embroidery machine, you can do more than just fabric. You can do cardstock, you can do cork, all sorts. There's also for November, the applique designs, which I'm going to hand you the table runner so you can show them up close.
I'll try. It's big.
But there are tons of designs built into this one. So you can see on that table runner, I believe Nikki and Aurora did this one where she kind of went all over the place with it, which I love that. The more the merrier, especially this time of year, right? But those are the 3 design collection that you will get if you spend $59.99 or more with OESD on Designs on Demands in the store. Otherwise, if you are a Spree member, you'll actually get all of those collections as well. So kind of fun.
Love it.
And then, of course, OESD. Oh, here's those pants. I forgot there were slides of these. So there's your bags, the Candy Christmas bags and tags. So you can actually see that a little up close. There are our cards and ornaments. So the ones that Rob was just showing you.
There's the cards. I forgot to show the cards.
Oh, there's a card. Perfect. Whoop. There we are. So that's for October. And then November, we've got the applique ones. So very cute collections. And then, of course, OESD always comes out with new releases throughout the year. And we love to show some of the favorites that there are. So the first one is going to be this freestanding mantle clock. So the one that Rob is showing right now, there's actually a little bit of a story behind it. My mother happens to be a Spree member, got this one, and she looked at it and she's like, brown's kind of drab. I just made this freestanding hummingbird tiling scene and I want it to kind of match that. So she actually made her cuckoo clock to match that. There are also these little like fronts that you can add to it to change it per season. She made it and she was like, it doesn't match my hummingbirds enough. So a little bit later, we're going to explain to you guys how I made these freestanding hummingbirds for her so that she could add them to the clock. So that is going to come back later. We also have these gingerbread house gift boxes. I don't have a sample of this one, but they almost make an extra addition to your gingerbread village if you've got one. And they are big enough that you can fit like wine bottles or some of those extra gifts in there. Now, I keep saying that's kind of like a 2-for-1. You're either giving someone 2 gifts in one, or you give them the gift and then you take the box back because you work so hard on it. So that one came out in July as well. We also have the newest Christmas tiling scene from OESD, the Christmas Flight tiling scene, which is right behind me here. So these tiling scenes are incredible. If you haven't done them before, I know it looks like just one panel of fabric, but it's actually a whole bunch of 5" by 7" hoopings. So you do each one individually, and then when you're done, you piece them together, and you have this beautiful, basically tapestry of a design. They do make thread collections for this so that you can buy the whole thread set without having to think about it. And it just is a really fun process. Plus, I forgot to mention, OESD's instructions on all of their designs are so detailed. They have wonderful photos. And in fact, on some of them, they actually have videos showing you what to do. So that is their new Christmas flight tiling scene. We also have the freestanding quilt block pumpkins. So Amber did this one. It is adorable. If you watch our So Fun videos every month, I believe Lynn talked about it a couple months ago or last month. I lose track. But it's actually doing like quilt block piecing in there. Amber kind of took a Halloween spin to it, which I think is really cute. The ghosts are really fun. But that is going to be their newest pumpkin in their freestanding pumpkin structures. And to go alongside of that, they also have the quilt block fall applique designs. So Lynn did this one on a table runner, and isn't it super cute? So you can have your quilt block pumpkins right on your table runner to match if you wanted to. These are also applique. They're also fantastic. A lot of people have been getting into doing the quilted sweatshirts. I think these are an excellent idea for doing that as well. So those came out in August. We also have the new Halloween tiling scene, the Boo Manor tiling scene. So I'm going to hand that to Rob so you guys can see it a little more up close. I believe Emily did this one for us. This also released last month, but this is an applique tiling scene. So you can actually see there's pieces of fabric, so it's a little less stitch intensive, but it still ends up creating a really beautiful product. So sorry, there's hand motion so you guys can see the whole thing going on. So this one also came out in August, and I just think it's a really fun and easy tiling scene. And then, of course, we've got the villages. So every year, OESD comes out with a Halloween village, a gingerbread village, and a winter village. This is the newest to the Halloween village. This is the freestanding haunted bridge. So just like I was talking about with the Harry Potter designs, they give you SVG files. So in fact, I actually cut that out on the scan and cut to do all the different pieces, so I didn't have to cut the fiber form. But it tells you to lay it down, put your fabric over it, and then it does the rest of the magic. And OESD has those little buttonettes that you connect things together. So it really does feel a little bit like embroidery Legos. I like the bridge a lot because it's got little ghosties that you can put poking out wherever. The lake has ghosts on them too. And then, of course, it's a bridge, so you can see through it. So during the sessions, I was joking around with that. Mm-hmm. We also have the new bed and breakfast. We got so excited. We got 2 samples of it. One was done in like a satin, one is done more in cotton. But this is the newest addition to the winter village. You can see that there's a cute little patio. There's a front porch. It's really a gorgeous addition. And it's actually a pretty tall building too. So Rob's kind of giving you the whole
what I like personally is that on the bottom, they have a hole right here. So you can put a candle in here one time, you know, or
once.
Yeah, just once. Or you can put tea lights in there and enjoy it more than once and not burn your house down.
Reusable tea lights, mind you.
Yeah, reusable LED tea lights. How's that?
We don't want you to burn your structure down right after you made them. And then last but not least, out of OESD's new releases, we have the Gingerbread Village. So this one is now the freestanding bridge. So it looks pretty similar to what the Halloween one was, but look at those cute little gingerbread trees. So this one is going to be released in November. I believe that the, let's go back here. The bed and breakfast comes out in October. So that's just a couple days away. So pretty fun. All right, sir. And then I'm going to let you explain this part.
Well, thank you.
Do a lot of switching.
We'll just switch around.
Beautiful.
Okay, so the OESD has a program called Spree Club. And what's really great, you know, years ago, probably 10 years ago, some of our manufacturers did some polls. And they found that, you know, most people that had embroidery machines would purchase probably 1 to 2 embroidery collections a month, maybe more, to the tune of about $60 each-ish. And so OESD was smart. They came out with this sweet program where every month you get absolutely for 1 year, you get absolutely everything OESD comes out with. And then once a quarter, you get 2 bonus collections that you can't buy anywhere else. You can't get them later, only for Spree Club members. The only exception is Warner Brothers. I think that's a licensing thing. They won't let them include those. So it's not like absolutely everything, but it's everything but Warner Brothers. And it has about a $2,400 value, We sell it at Tech Party for $55.99. Covers you for an entire year. So the first of the month after you subscribe into your inbox, you will get all these sweet designs. You download them and start having fun immediately. But it's
wait.
Tech Party time. Woohoo! They're also including for us a $400 value 12 collection set from 2019 that is beautiful. And so that's a bonus that we have. And that is something you can purchase right off our website. And we'll get you signed up. If you already have Spree and let's say it's expiring in 2 months, you can still purchase this and then it will kick in as soon as your other one expires. So you can keep them rolling if you like, because this is a great buy right now on these. And so you can buy those right off of our website. And this offers only good for Tech Party. So this brings me, whoa, I'm missing a slide.
You're missing
what
a
happened?
slide.
I'm going to do a giveaway. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give away an entire year of Spree. So I'm going to give that away. So like, share, comment, and we'll make that happen for you starting the 5th.
Yeah, and you know what? Tell us what your favorite upcoming OESD design is. Yeah. That would be a great way to do it.
I love that. So we'll give one of those away and we'll notify you if you win. And I'm excited for you.
Yeah, it'll be fun. All right. So the next little bit, we're probably going to do a camera change at one point. So there'll be a small break to shift it over. But we're going to talk about some of the fun notions and stuff that we've got coming in. So first off is more stuff from OESD, because now Dime and OESD are kind of one of the same, because OESD purchased Dime. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the brand new hoop from Dime, which is for the brother Aveneer and the BabyLock Radiance. This guy. I love hula hoop hoops. Just saying, it's nice and big. What is nice about these Dime hoops, I've got a little video playing on that PowerPoint showing me hooping, kind of like a quilt sandwich that I was working on. But they have 2 different pieces, and I have learned from doing 8 different sessions so far this week, this is important so you don't pinch your fingers off. But there's a back frame that is actually metal, and on the back of it, it's got a little bit of like, I would almost say felt, but it's not felt. It's so that it doesn't damage on your machine. It actually rides it really nicely. But then there's a front piece of your frame, and the front piece actually connects right over the top like that. And as you can tell, they're pretty strong magnets. So it's perfect for doing things like in the hoop quilting. And since it's such a large size, that means we have to rehoop our quilts a lot less frequently. The other thing is that if you don't have a brother Aveneer or a BabyLock Radiance, we can order other sizes of these hoops as well. So the most popular size is actually the 5x7 inch frame to do things like these, because it makes it a lot easier to hoop back and forth. The hoops are available for pretty much every single brand, but this is the newest one and it doesn't ship until October. So I know it's right around the corner, which, oh my gosh, I haven't even made my kid's Halloween costume yet. So, but we can order these and they will ship in October for you. So if you have Aveneer, a BabyLock, or a brother Aveneer, or a BabyLock Radiance, this is a great addition for you. So Dime does come out with a couple of extra. Oh, I forgot. And then we have the pricing right there. Tech Party pricing, that's your 30% off. So if you use that code, which is save 30, no space, you'll get that pricing in your card. We also have several other products from Dime. So one of which is the Bird's Nest tool. And the Bird's Nest tool, let's be real, none of us ever need it, right? This little mistake that's on the screen never happens, ever.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, in case it does, this Bird's Nest toolkit is great. There's a hook that kind of grabs the threads, and then you have a scalpel that cuts. And what that does is it prevents your embroidery from popping. So sometimes we'll get that, we'll try and force our hoop out, and it'll rip a hole in our embroidery, and it's just a sad tragedy. So this prevents that from happening. So it gets it released so you can get in that needle plate, get that nest out of there, and then you're good to go again. So I keep calling this the best frenemy tool. Your Tech Party pricing at 30% off is $24.49. Once again, use that code SAVE30 to get that in there. We also have the hoop and press pads from Dime, and these are really neat. I don't know about you guys, a lot of times when I'm embroidering, I'll be like, I can take it to my ironing board and I press it really quick and it'll be fine. I won't pop my hoop. I pop my hoop every time. So what these hoop and press pads do is they fit inside of your embroidery hoop perfectly. So if you were doing just like the image here, like a in the hoop project, and you need to press your fabric over, you can put that hoop and press pad down, then flip your hoop upside down and then press it without popping your design out, which is great.
Yeah, and it really helps those embroidery stitches to lay down and look more professional.
Yep, that's exactly another reason why you want to do it, to make them more professional, to get the wrinkles out. And also if you're using applique, so like those freestanding structures we talked about, if your fabric is fusible, you can fuse it right to the hoop and then you don't have to worry about any of that tape or anything. So they are available for every machine. I know I've got Pfaff, Viking, Brother, Bernina, BabyLock, also Janome.
Janome, we forgot.
I went to PowerPoint Fog apparently, but all of them will be 30% off for you. And if it's not on the website, give us a call. Yep. Shoot Kasha an email at the online sales.
Yep. RockyMountain.onlinesales@gmail.com.
Yep, and we will get you squared away. Mm-hmm. We also have thread project trays, which I think are kind of like an embroiderer's best friend. They come in 2 packs and they go up to number 24, I believe. And the back of it is actually dry erase board. Mm-hmm. So you can write down your thread numbers as you go. So when you're doing something like a tiling zine, you can keep track a little bit more. The other thing is when I do something like a tiling scene, I'm usually working on other things at the same time. And so I will change a thread, have that thread in my hand, and I'll walk across the room and I'll leave it over there. And then I'll come back 20 minutes later and then go, oh no, what thread was that? Now it's written down so I won't lose it anymore. So your tech party pricing for these guys is $24.49.
So it's like a multitasker's best friend.
It totally is. It is a multitasker's best friend.
What's the most thread changes you've ever done, do you think, on embroidery design?
Ooh, that either has to be on a photo play or on the tiling scene I did last year. Yeah. So I think that was 34 or 40.
I think mine's 32. Yeah. I don't know. Let us know. What's the largest number of thread changes you've ever done?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that'd be interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
128. I don't know.
That would be motivation.
That'd be motivation.
That's what you need a multi-needle for.
Get like 5 or 6 of those. Yeah, take care.
There we go. All right. So Dime also comes out with a couple of different like laser lights, lamps, etc. This one that we're talking about now is going to be the Perfect Vision magnifying lamp. So what you can do, you can clamp it to the table and it actually has a very bright light. And for that 2 o'clock in the morning session, when your eyes get kind of tired, you can magnetize down to your presser foot so you can see what you're doing a little bit better. You can also use it for hand sewing, or, you know, if someone in the house needs something that they need magnification for, they can steal it, but tell them to give it back. Yeah. So your tech party price on these guys is $41.99. We also have the totally tubular hooping station. Yes! Okay, throughout the week I was struggling with that.
At home, could you say that 10 times fast to yourself? Just
yes.
Let us know how that
went. Yeah, let us know how tongue-tied you got. Totally tubular hooping station.
You did it twice.
I did it. Man. Woo! Okay. I shouldn't push my luck.
You can have the rest of the day off after we're done.
Okay, see ya. So on this hooping station, we've got a bottom platform that kind of sits on your table, and then a raised bit to a raised platform. And what this is fantastic on is doing things like t-shirts or onesies or tote bags or anything like that, because you kind of let the bottom of it drape underneath and then you put it around the table, then you can hoop it and it makes it a lot easier. So these ones, MSRP I think is about 130. So your tech party pricing, wow, I can say the whole thing, but not that.
Yeah, that's all right.
It is $90.99 for you. We also have the Perfect Alignment Laser. So this is a laser that clips onto your table and it points downward, and it's perfect to help you find your center. So if you have like your grippy grid from OESD, you can put that down, you line up the crosshairs, and then you put your bottom hoop down. Then you take your quilt or whatever you want to put on there with a little marking in the center to line it up perfectly. Then you take the top hoop and put it on there, and then you will be hooped perfect every single time. So in embroidery, alignment is everything, because if your design ends up a little low, that gets a little weird. Or if it ends up a little crooked.
It's also good to find your center.
Yeah, it's always good to find your center. So with this one, you'll be able to find your center very easily.
For only $55.
For $55.99.
It's a good deal.
We're getting slap happy.
Yeah, it's all right.
Okay, so from this point, I think that I should switch over to our little like station. So we're going to take a quick break so I can actually show you guys what this Quilter Select Stitching Glide looks like, along with a couple of other things. So we'll be back with you guys in like a minute or two.
Sounds good.
So see you in a sec. Okay, thank you for bearing with us with our like scenery change really quick. So the next thing we're going to talk about is the Quilter Select Stitch and Glide. So this is a product that actually is initially intended for free motion quilting. And with that free motion quilting, it just kind of gives you a slipperier surface. It has a hole right in the center here so that you can put your needle down without, you know, puncturing it or anything like that. But somebody taught me a life hack that I felt like we should share. If you actually put this down when you're doing embroidery underneath your embroidery hoop, when you're doing things like that freestanding lace structure or anything like that, it's actually going to slide right over the top of it. So I thought this was an excellent solution for that. I forgot the clicker. You've got the clicker, right, Rob? Okay, Rob's got the power. So for your tech priority pricing for this one, we're at $17.49. So it does have a silicone backing as well. You can kind of wipe that off with a baby wipe or even just cold water, and you'll be good to go for your next project. Next, we have the Bernina Big Book of Fashion Sewing, which I forgot to bring over here, but we can still talk about it. The Big Book of Fashion Sewing is their newest addition to the big books. With that, it's going to tell you things about closures and all of that. Oh, look at that. Thank you, Lynn. Behind the scenes, boom, the Big Book of Fashion Sewing. So these are fantastic and huge reference pages where you can look through and it's going to teach you things like right here, they're talking about making wearable art with your fashion. So there are so many different techniques and tutorials, doing buttonholes, do those professional finished seams, all of those different things. These big books are a fantastic resource if you're a Bernina user or not. So MSRP on these is usually about $125. We have it down to $87.49 for Tech Party. All right, next we have some of the new embroidery hoops that we've got. So let me find where I put her. There it is. So the next one is the newest frame for Brother and BabyLock machines, which is the Durkee name frame. So these machines are actually, excuse me, these hoops are really great for doing those hard to hoop items. So for instance, right now I've got a dog collar hooped in here. So it actually clamps it into place. You've got a couple different measurements that you can do that with. And it even has a wider one that you can clamp things that are a little bit wider. So within that, you can do dog collars, you can do lanyards, you can do leashes, you could do sashing, you can do ribbons, all of those different things that we kind of stick to sticky stabilizer and hope for the best, we can now do on these frames. Do you want to switch to the next one? All right, so with these frames, what's cool is they are actually made for flatbed machines and multi-needle machines. So if you've got a Brother or BabyLock 10 needle, you can get this frame. If you've got a Aveneer, Radiance, Stellaire, any of those, it'll actually work on your flatbed machine as well. So we've got those two different ones. Make sure you find that link on our website, or of course, give us a call and we could get you hooked up with the right one. Then we do have the Sew Tights cutting systems now. So when we were starting to talk about Tech Party, Rob always tells me, find something cool that we can talk about. This is something I'm really excited about. So the one on the screen is not the one that I'm bringing here because the one that's on the screen is huge. So, but they are actually magnetic cutting boards where you can put your fabric down, use a ruler that comes with it that's magnetized, and cut without it shifting your fabric or anything like that. There's also little boosters you can put on top of these. Now, what made me excited is that Sew Tights has made the expanded version that's 24 inches by 42 inches long, which is perfect because it's bigger than a yard of fabric. And then along with that, we also can do things like if you have a paper pattern, you can actually put these magnets down on top of your paper pattern, just like, hang on, I gotta find my magnets. You can put your magnets down on top of your paper pattern like that to hold it so that it doesn't shift around or anything too. So I am a big proponent. I don't like to pin if I don't have to. So this is a great way that you can do that without messing with it. The expanded system, like I said, is 42 inches long by 24 inches wide. It comes with an 8.5 by 24 inch ruler and some of those little booster magnets. So it's usually about $650. We have it at $454.99 for Tech Party. So you definitely want to get those in if you are looking for a new cutting mat. And of course, Sew Tights has all sorts of other little bitty things, which are mostly magnets. So they have things like the standard ones where they've actually used it to baste a hoop, which is kind of fun. You can also use these magnets to hold on your binding. We can also do like hand ones or the heavy duty ones, which holds things that are thicker, like the things that we use for bags, like leather, that's soft and stable, all of that stuff. The other one that I get excited about are the Magnum ones. The Magnum ones are fantastic for racking a long arm without having to pin, because those long arm pins are usually really, really heavy duty and hurt very badly when you stab yourself. So I know it's not a project unless we bleed on it, but we want to try not to. So these Magnum pins are fantastic for that. All right. And now I think we're going to do another camera change to switch us back to front, because we're going to talk about the Bernina hoop frame. So give us just a moment.
Can you hear me now? Okay, well, I'm back and you can hear me now. So I'm just going to take a few slides here and talk about a new Bernina frame, hoop frame that they just came out with not too long ago. This is specifically for Bernina owners, so either for your domestic machine or for long arms. We just got to know which one you're looking for when we order this. And it's really nice because not everybody has 10 or 12 feet of space in their sewing area, their sewing room, to do their free motion quilting. And it's really a nice option here. So it's a little bit more than 5 feet long, and so it doesn't take up, like I said, it's about half the space that you normally need. It's only a few feet deep, and as you can see, it's really easy to use. So you can really do an infinite size quilt. You could do a quilt the size of this room if you want to, because all you do is you clamp your fabric down like your project down like you see. So it could be a table runner. It could be something very small all the way up to the 5 foot length. You do your free motion quilting in your area. When you're done, you just unclamp it, move to a clean area where you haven't done any free motion, clamp it back down and rinse and repeat. So, you know, if you have a 10 or 12 foot frame, you're sort of relegated to only doing a 10 or 12 foot quilt or smaller. If you want to do a 14-foot quilt, you could. I don't know. Would you do that? Let me know if you do a 14-foot quilt. Is there such a thing as a 14-foot quilt? I don't know. You could be the first. So here are the dimensions. The length is 5 feet 10 inches wide, 3.3 inches deep, and then you can adjust the height. So depending on on your height. And also you can really disassemble this part way if you need to, so you can keep it in your garage. Maybe put your car out in the driveway instead and keep your quilt frame in the garage. I think that'd be better. And we have these regular prices $42.49. Tech Party, we have it $33.99, unless you want to put in the code Tech Party, one word. You may unlock some more savings there. So we do have, I'd like to take this a minute just to explain why we have to use some of these codes. Our manufacturers kind of designate our lowest price that we can put online. And so we have to kind of give people codes to get lower prices sometimes on these. So just want to explain why we have to have these codes and why you only see certain prices on the internet. And I'm being told just a second. All right, we're going to go to a break here since we're having a small technical difficulty here. I'm back. Okay, that was weird. Sunspots. We'll blame it on sunspots. Everything's always sunspots. Okay, so if you don't have a Bernina and but you'd like to have some kind of quilt system that takes up less space, we have options for you. We carry the Cutie Breeze or the Cutie Breeze. The previous version was the Cutie. We sell a lot of these because it's a really nice, very smooth running system. It gives you a 4-foot frame, just a couple feet deep. As you can see on this frame here, or on the image here, you can fit it right on a little table. Nothing specific. It just needs to be on a table that will fit it. Really easy to assemble, and it glides very, very nicely. It's got really great ball bearings for the carriage, and it will accommodate any machine up to a 19-inch throat space. So we've had people buy like the Grace 16X to put on it, or you could put a BabyLock Jazz. You can put any domestic machine, even some of the long arm machines on this frame. And has upper handles. They made a change a couple years ago, or about a year ago, to have the handles up on top. It's a lot more comfortable than the previous Cutie that was out. On the picture here, we have it on a BabyLock Jazz 2. The cool thing is you can also add stitch regulation, and there's a whole list if you look on our website. It's called Sure Stitch Elite. We don't really talk about it in the presentation, but you can add stitch regulation to this, and there's a list of machines that you can use that on. It's not for every machine out there, but there are quite a few. And that will give you a really nice 4-foot stitch regulated system for not $25,000 or something. So the regular price for this is $1,000. I'll round up 1 penny. The internet price typically is $549. Right now we have it for $449. We've been given permission by Grace to lower our price for this 1 week and 1 week only. This is already a discounted price. Using the new math, it's a little bit more than 50% off. So the Tech Party discount code will not work on this, but it is an amazing, amazing price for this product. So Grace just came out with something unique. I have never seen anything like this on the market, and I've got a little quick video to explain it really quickly for you.
A new era of quilting has arrived, and it starts right at home. Introducing Quilt Motion X Foundations, crafted for simplicity, built for your domestic sewing machine. Experience perfect consistency. No guesswork, no stress. Just flawless stitching every time. Let your creativity take center stage with beautiful automated results that bring your vision to life. Quilt Motion X Foundations for domestic machines. Simplicity, consistency, beauty, all in your hands.
That's just a little quick snapshot of what this does in case you didn't catch it, or if you don't know what robotics are. Grace has come out with robotics for the Cutie Breeze. And so if you have a previous version, the Cutie, we have options to upgrade you to a Cutie Breeze so you can use this. It's a really easy to use interface. And during all of our presentations this week, I said many, many times, our manufacturers know that our customers are not software engineers, right?
Usually.
They make it really easy, except I was at the Aurora store and like 4 or 5 people raised their hands and said that we're software engineers. So I guess I could say most of our customers are not software engineers, but it's really easy to use. It gives you consistent stitching because, as you know, when you're doing your free motion quilting, you are the robot, right? So because we're imperfect, if you go too slow or too fast, your stitches are not going to be consistent.
Mm-hmm.
With this, you just set up your design like she did. It was the heart with the squiggle, and you set your area in your frame or your quilt square, and you hit go, and you can walk away. It will quilt feathers or whatever you programmed in there automatically for you. Then you come back, you unclamp it, move it to the next area, rinse and repeat. And it gives you a really nice quilted. You can have, instead of paying someone else to quilt your quilts, you can do it yourself.
Yep. It also is super easy to install too. So you can kind of see some of the meat and potatoes that are on there with that image right there. You can see it clamps right onto your chariot there.
Yep.
And then I believe you add a couple of like belts and loops for the rails so that it can move back and forth. So that image kind of gives you an idea.
Yeah, and you can switch from free motion in robotics right out, because if you leave it in robotics, it's got two motors.
It's going to be a little stiffer.
It doesn't move. So you flip a switch and then it frees it up and you can do free motion and you can be the robot. In case you get jealous and you're like, hey, I want to be the robot for a minute.
Right.
You can do that. So we have 3 options on here. The first one at the top is if you already have the Cutie Breeze. The difference between the Cutie and the Cutie Breeze, like I mentioned, the Cutie, old style Cutie, the handlebars are like down here. They changed the Cutie Breeze where you have the looped handles. They call it the chariot. And it comes up on the top because you feel like you're driving a chariot.
Yeah, and it feels more like you're moving a pencil versus trying to move the pencil under the paper.
Yeah, it'd be tricky. So we have that option there. At Tech Party, it's $12.99. I believe you have to use the code to get it down to that price, which is Tech Party. And then if you don't have a Cutie Breeze and you don't have the robotics and you just think this whole system looks great, we have the price underneath there. And then the bottom one is if you have the old style Cutie and need to upgrade, we'll include the chariot handlebars and the robotics to get you going. So it's as low as $72 a month with 18 months no interest financing. The financing is tricky. We had to disable it on our website because we're offering so much different financing. We didn't want to make it confusing. So if you need financing, please give us a call. And if you go to just RockyMountainSewing.com, at the top right, because I didn't want to splatter our phone number all over. Maybe I should have.
Yeah.
Just go to RockyMountainSewing.com. At the very top right is our 888 number. Click on that or call that, and it'll come right to us here, and we can help you with your financing. We can send you the link to fill out the application if you don't already have a Synchrony account, and we can make that happen.
Yeah, definitely. And let us know what machine you would put on your Cutie Breeze.
Yeah.
And with the QMX software. It'd be kind of fun to see what people are quilting on. And
one footnote, this is not available yet. We're taking pre-orders, and this will be available sometime in October. I know October is just a couple days away, so it's not going to be maybe October 1st. Maybe it will, but they're just saying October. And I'm pretty sure it's 2025. It could be 2027.
Hopefully not.
I'm just teasing. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Megan's got a little video. These are some really exciting new presser feet for brother and BabyLock owners.
I'm a big believer in having tools that make my life easier when I'm sewing because it makes me want to sew more for a lot longer and I have a lot more fun doing it. And the new UltraT set for the brother and BabyLock machines really helps with that. In the set, it has 3 new feet that weren't in the last set. So the last set had the 1/4 inch, the standard, and then the end foot, which is a decorative foot. This one has 3 of my favorite normal feet. So it has a narrow zipper foot. It has a bi-level or a quilting foot. And then it also has an open toe foot. Now, all 3 of these have fantastic purposes. The fine zipper foot is really good for getting really, really close to zippers when you're sewing. Like that. See how close that is? Usually your standard zipper foot is about there. So it really helps you get nice and close. This one is fantastic for when we're doing binding or things like that, because as you can see, it's got a lower edge and a raised edge. So it feeds through nice and easy as we go. And then the last one is one I use all the time with my decorative stitches, which is an open toe foot. That way I can see where I'm going while I'm sewing. So I'll show you guys all of those in action in a minute, but let's talk about why these things are red. It's not only because when they fall on the floor you can find them easier, it's because they are made of a synthetic resin that glides over fabrics like faux leather so much easier than like a metal foot was, because you can see right there, my metal foot is getting caught as it goes. Whereas the red foot, whoops, I'm going to get one with the biggest surface area, just glides right over the top of it. The other thing is metal feet do get damaged over time. So you can kind of see there's a little bit of scarring on this foot from when you've been sewing. The red feet on their bottoms won't have that scarring happen. So you're going to get consistent feeding the entire time you use them. But let's show you what these guys are really capable of, okay? So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put on the binding one. So I'm going to put on the binding foot, and I'm going to take this Viking corset that I was working on, which is made out of synthetic, it's like a suede leather. It was catching on my metal presser foot a bunch as I was sewing. And I'm going to go ahead and top stitch the binding here. And I'm actually going to do it in blue so you can see it a little bit better. But I'm going to line it up. There's that little nub. Put it down. Oops. Helps if you use your foot control when it's plugged in. And you'll see just how nicely it just rides right over the top of that. See how I have no resistance? It's making a beautiful stitch back here. So that is one fantastic purpose for these guys. I'll finish the rest of that later. Whoop. Another great one is the open toe foot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my metal foot on first. Oops. And show you. So this is faux leather. I'm going to just try and do one stitch over the top of it. And you can kind of see it does okay. But see how it's kind of struggling right there and it's going over and over in the same spot with the metal foot? I'm now going to go ahead and switch it to the open toe red foot, because one, I can do decorative stitches and see where I'm going, but two, you can see how much easier this glides over the fabric. Look at that. Even if I go slower, it just hides nice and smooth over it. It also does fantastic on really stretchy performance fabrics too. So usually these are kind of hard to stitch, and I'm going to do it this way up, acting like I'm top stitching it, because that's usually what I end up doing on performance fabrics. Okay, full disclaimer, right here I forgot I wasn't using my serger on the performance fabrics. So I'm going to take it out and I'm going to put it where you're supposed to put your fabric on your sewing machine, and you will see how smoothly it actually dries. How easily it glides. There we go. That with no issue whatsoever. There it is. So lastly, I'm going to switch to that narrow zipper foot. So this is going to be fantastic for piping. It's also great for zippers. But like I said earlier, it's fantastic for getting really, really up close and personal with those zippers. And I'm going to put the zipper on the edge of this really synthetic vinyl. And then I'm going to put my zipper foot on. There it is. And put my foot down. Oops, put it right on top of the zipper there. There we go. And you can see how close to the teeth I'm getting. I also happen to be using the Anthem, so the laser guide is getting me right to the edge. But what I can do from here, I'm going to move my needle over just a touch. Drop my needle down. Okay, I can come over just a little bit more. There we go. And then I'm just going to sew this on really, really close to the zipper there. And look how it just rides right next to it the whole time, nice and smooth. All right, you can see how close I got. Now, if I were to top stitch it, which I'm going to flip it around and do it, look how nicely she'll ride right on that vinyl as we go. I don't have puckering or any of that stuff happening as I'm sewing. So even on this really tricky vinyl, it really did a fabulous job. No puckering, no weirdness, just a beautiful clean stitch, really close to my zipper. Absolutely perfect. So if you are looking for a way to make your brother or BabyLock machines so much better with some of the best feet, check out this UltraT set. Thanks for joining me. We'll see you guys next time.
Figure again.
Okay, so there's a quick overview on what those UltraT feet are. But don't forget, if you're using performance fabric, put your foot or put your fabric under your presser foot.
It's always good to do.
There's always something that you mess up when you're got a camera on you, right?
We kept it in there just to keep it real.
Yeah, to prove that, you know, we're human sometimes.
Yeah, perfection. Nobody wants to see perfection.
But that little vinyl piece, this is actually that vinyl piece right here. And you can see it actually is a really tricky vinyl to sew on. And it did a beautiful job with the top stitching and everything. So, and it's a functional zipper. Although Rob keeps calling it a stingray because I didn't finish the bag. So, you know.
I'm weird.
But this is the UltraT set.
Yeah, and so if there is another Brother BabyLock foot set that we've sold before. I just want to make sure everybody knows this is a brand new one. Just came out, I don't know, a month ago or something like that.
Somewhere around
There's no duplication or crossover of feet. Also on our website, I believe we have the Janome version. Not exactly like this, but there's a Janome red foot set as well that you can get. And there's one for the BabyLock Triumph and
Triumph, Applaud, all those bigger guys. The new Splendor.
Yeah,
it is fantastic, and it does work with the performance fabric on the Serger.
Yeah, they're made out of a polymer and magic. I'm pretty sure there's some magic in there somewhere. So.
Plus, when they're red, you can find them.
That's right. That's right. There we go. Red is faster. So Tech Party price is $48.99. This is already discounted. That Save 30 code will not work on that. It's already, you know what, 50-ish% off. So
yeah, amazing price, especially for 3 great feet.
Yeah, absolutely. Adjustable piping foot. Here you go, Megan.
Oh, yeah. So this is a brand new foot. We're actually going to cover it a little bit more when we get to the BabyLock Anthem and the Brother Celeste. However, this is a new foot that's available for high shank, Brother and BabyLock machines. So it's actually an adjustable piping and zipper foot. It's a little bit longer. It has windows so you can see what you're doing. And you can move it back and forth really easily to get really, really narrow. So actually, when we get to the Celeste and the Anthem, I've got a couple videos showing you what I use it for. So we'll go in more depth then.
Sweet.
But if you'd like to order it, you do have a Tech Party price of $33.49.
It's price time. I'm actually going to give away 2 separate prizes. Is that going to mess us up? Because I was kind of a slacker and did not give one before. So I'd like to go back in time, and I would like to give away one of our lovely scissor sets.
Ooh, fancy.
Look at that. So like, comment, all that great stuff on the interwebs there, and we will enter you to win.
Yep, and feel your Rocky Mountain pride every time you go to cut things out.
Wow, I feel like calling Rocky Mountain Sewing and Vacuum and buying 7 or 8 sewing machines.
Right, so don't forget, call that 888 number.
Yeah. I also like to give away, actually, this is the wrong one. This one. I like to give away one of the Sew Tights magnetic Lazy Susan cutting systems.
Oh man, the 11-inch rotating self-healing cutting mat.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It'll be great. Well, these are on sale for $125.99.
Oh
with
wow.
30% off.
Man, it's like if you type in that Save 30 code, you could get it for that.
That's crazy. So we're going to give one of those away. So just like, comment, share, tell all your friends all about us.
Definitely. And of course, let us know in the comments where you would put a rotating cutting mat. Because I know there's some creative solutions out there. I've heard cutting boards. I've heard next to your machine. I've also heard people put it next to the TV so they could cut things out while their husband was watching the game or something. So
I would probably put cookies on it, you know, so you just...
You know, I can see you doing that.
I would. Maybe some red vines. Yeah. All right. Database transfer.
All right. So this is just kind of like a public service announcement. But not really. So Brother and BabyLock machines, we carry a lot of them that are Wi-Fi enabled. So Design Database Transfer is actually a program that works on both of those machines, and it's free. So you can go to their websites, download this program, and then you have it. And as you can see, I'm kind of messing around on my computer with it right now. And you can look at all of your designs without having to open up an embroidery software program if you don't need to. But the most important thing that it does, actually, I'm looking at the free design that you guys get from OESD at this one. Look at that.
How are you doing that without a computer?
Oh, it's just magic. Yeah. And it's actually the one that's on my bodice here. So, but what you can do is you can click the designs that you want, just like I'm doing there where I'm double clicking or pressing the arrow down. And then you can go and select what machine you want to send it to. So if you have like a Radiance and a Stellaire or something, you can tell it, okay, this design is big, I'm going to send it to my Radiance, and then I'm going to work on my freestanding lace on my Stellaire. So you can transfer those things without ever needing a USB stick. So just kind of a cool program that's free for both Brother and BabyLock.
That's awesome. And that can be found right off their website?
Yep, right off their website. So the easiest thing is if you go design, database, transfer, Brother, or BabyLock, honestly, it's going to download the same program, so it doesn't matter which one, and you'll be good to go.
That's great. Okay, we have Brother Embroidery Studio. This is a brand new software. And like when we're here locally, I always said the same thing. Embroidery software is tricky for us at Tech Party because I can see on their faces that software happens and they go, oh, software. But then some people are like glued to the screen.
Oh my gosh.
Software is very important if you want to have good success when you're embroidering. And so Brother's come out with this new Embroidery Studio. It's a professional grade embroidery software by Wilcom. And this doesn't replace or upgrade PE Design 11 or Palette 11 for BabyLock. This is brand new. But I want you not to zone out if you don't have a Brother, because you'll see in the video, it doesn't care what embroidery machine you have. There's a drop-down menu that's like this long with embroidery formats, you know, for Janome, BabyLock, or Brother, Bernina, everybody, plus ones I've never even heard of before. So you can use it for any machine out there. We have a little quick video. This is just to scratch the surface. This is like 0.05% of what this will do.
Yeah, it's really not much. It's about what I learned in about 30 minutes to show you guys on things that I knew most of us love to use embroidery software for, or at least we start dipping our toes in the water for. And I will say, if you remember this little mantle clock, this is how I made those freestanding hummingbirds. So stay tuned.
Yeah, you can customize things. And so it also comes with Corel Draw. So if you want to take graphics and adjust those and fiddle with those, it's a very powerful graphic program. And I think you'll really enjoy the video. So we'll be right back after the video.
Take it away. Hey everyone, we are talking about the BE Embroidery Studio software. This software is made by Wilcom for Brother, and it has a lot of features built into it. Now, I know a lot of these buttons look like they don't make sense. I don't know what that is. That makes me nervous. But what's really nice is if I float over it, I can see a quick brief description, and then it gives me a more detailed description if I stay there. So to get started, let's go ahead and make some lettering, because that's what a lot of us do the first time we open up software. And now I've got a little thing that says hello. If I open up my object properties over on my right-hand side, I can look over here and I can look at all the different fonts that are available. So a lot of our machines have several fonts, but they don't have as many crazy ones like this one does. Like look at, there's so many fun ones to pick. I'm not even sure. And the coolest part too is these are all just things. Oh, there's one called Toddler. Sorry, with my 4-year-old, you know. It also does true type fonts. So I sometimes will make things for my friend who's a teacher, and I will take advantage and use Comic Sans just to tease her a little bit. But you can see how easy it was for that to change. What's also nice is I can drag it around wherever I want. I can also come over here and do curves. So I can really change things as much as I want and make really fun samples. So I've got kind of a snarky sample you guys will probably see while this video is going. It's pretty fun. But that's not the only thing we can do in software. Now, when we do text, it's really fun to do things like recipe cards or just cute little sayings. I like to do sassy sayings pretty often. But another thing that I do a lot is I like to take a design that's already made and turn it into something else. So, for example, this is one that I've already kind of played with a little bit. It is a hummingbird. I'm going to move it so you guys can see it. This is actually a design by OESD. And what I did in software was I was able to select the whole thing and resize it. So it originally started about here. It was actually oriented the other way. So you saw how I was able to just drag it back and forth. I can also come up here and just mirror things horizontally or vertically very, very easily. The other thing, I'm going to kind of zoom into my bird here. I can take this and take individual elements of my bird. I'm going to go back to my stitch. Look, Where'd you go? I can take individual elements and move them away. So say there's something I don't want on this bird, I can take it away and get rid of it forever. So that makes it so that things are less dense. I can also undo and put everything back to where it goes. If I go over to my color object list, there's something else that I added on here, which is going to be this stitch right here. So I'm going to see if I can just select that one. Whoop. Okay, this works. So you can kind of see if I zoom in right here, underneath the bird, I created kind of a net stitch. So I was able to create my own shape, the shape of the bird, create a net stitch underneath it so that now I can kind of stitch out my bird more like a freestanding bird. So there's actually a sample of this guy you guys will see too. But to make shapes, it's super duper easy. I just went over to here and all I did was I'm using the the right click on my mouse to kind of to make this curved line. And I mean, it's going to look a little wild because it's just doing the curve automatically for me. But there's my shape. Now, of course, I have a big blob. I don't really want that. What I did was I made the net fill for it. Whoops. Helps if I do the right thing. There we go. Yeah. Now that I made a bunch of shapes, all I need to do is go to the right selection tool, delete the things I don't want. There we go. And then I'm going to take this piece right here, and then I can just change the fill of that. So you can see how that changed on the bird. Then what I had done is I can go point select, zoom in quite a bit, and then I can just drag things. So you're able to create your own shapes and designs easily in the software without having to think about it too hard, which honestly, in software, if we have to think about it too hard, it gets scary. And this software program, really not that scary. In fact, there's a mode that you can even have your own customers do it if you are somebody that is a business, and it makes it really, really fun and easy. So, but that just kind of gives you an idea of some of the things that we can do right away. The other place where this specific stitch is useful for is if you are a gift giver and you like to do tea towels, you can easily make things and do this specific stitch even to create a nap on the back to flatten down your towel. So that looks really nice. So let's do another thing. So I'm going to open up a new page. And if I go to my design library here, there's lots of built-in designs. So you can see there's all sorts of things. There's some cutesy things. There's things like ideas to do on t-shirts. There's sports. There's little monogram things. They really have lots of ideas for you. In fact, they even have a starry night in here, which was really cute. They even have kind of like baby things. So you can actually fill out team names and do an entire thing, but I'm going to take one of these images. Where is it? I want to do the space and say the only thing I really wanted in this was the stars. What I can do is I can click these different elements, hit delete, and away they go. So it really makes things easy. And look, I can also select more than one element at a time and get rid of those guys. So I love doing this because sometimes we buy those designs where they have a lot of really neat things, but I only want one or two things from it. So there we are. Then from here, I can file and I can go export the file, and I'm going to just leave it as it is. But if you look, it has all of the different file types here. So of course, on our Brother and BabyLock machines, we usually like PES, but if, for example, I got the software program and I actually have a Pfaff, what I can do is I can go switch to VP3, which is my Pfaff's favorite version. So you can really do all sorts of things with it. All right, the other thing I want to point out, if you are somebody that likes doing craft shows and things like that, you can actually set this up a different way. So I need to remember what tab it's under, so bear with me for a second. Window. I can open up kiosk mode. And I don't need to save changes. Nope. Nope, I already did that. So it opens up kiosk mode, which this is kind of like a touchscreen mode. I'm on my home computer right now, so I can't really do that. But what I can do is I can hand a touchscreen to a customer and say, okay, I'm happy to stitch this out. Go ahead and make your design. So they can pick whatever they want. They can go in here and change the text. So I'm going to do Abby, because that's my friend's daughter's name. I can change the color here. And then if when you have it set up, you can actually program this this kiosk to talk to your machine directly. So if I were connected to my PR1060W, the new 10 needle that just came out, I'd be able to send right to that machine, go start again, and then away we go to the next customer. So it makes it really, really easy and seamless. So you can send designs directly, you can make a kiosk mode, you can do your own designs with text, with digitizing, create your own, not, and that's just the surface of this program. So I hope you guys enjoy it, and I hope this gives you some ideas of what you can use software for, and we'll keep on going. Thanks.
All right. Thank you,
Awesome.
Megan. This is obviously me. You can tell by the biceps. Megan slipped little.
I get bored when I make the PowerPoint sometimes, and I have to make myself laugh. So hopefully you're laughing too.
There are some Easter eggs in here. I erased most of them because there's no dorky pictures of Megan anywhere in here, but only of me. So it's kind of funny. So just to reiterate, Megan, she actually grabbed the software. It's brand new software. We just got it into the stores like, I don't know, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
something
a week
like
or two.
that. And she grabbed it and was within about a half hour was able to start poking around and have success. That is our biggest desire for our customers that buy embroidery software, is that you have success. We don't want to have you buy something and not ever use it, like a Serger. Why don't you use this stuff that you buy?
Yeah, we don't want you to be overwhelmed. We want you inspired and coming up with new ideas and everything. Like the growth chart that I made behind me is all software. So you can do all sorts of different things with it.
And the great thing is this can be used for both, just a home hobby embroiderer or somebody that has their own embroidery business. I think it's a great software. So we have it on the MSRP is $35.99. It's typically on our website for $31.99, just like everybody else. But use code TechParty to unlock some amazing savings that you really won't see again on this. It's a great software. And then also, keep in mind, this is not just for brother. I want to emphasize, it's not just for brother owners. It's for really any embroidery machine. As long as you have a way to get a design from your computer into your sewing machine, bam, this is for you. And guaranteed, if you use it, you'll have biceps like that guy. No, I can't say that. This is clicking arm.
Right.
Artspira. Is it Artspira or Artspira? Did we ever figure that out?
We haven't figured it out. So
I don't know. Long eye,
short eye. Let us know in the comments what you think.
Artspira,
Artspira. I've kind of used them interchangeably, so don't mind if I do that more today. So Artspira is a application that you can put on your phone or tablet that will communicate to your brother embroidery machine, your print Motoscana, your Scan and Cut, or even the new sublimation printers from Brother. And it's a whole conglomerate app that kind of talks to all of these different devices to create your own stuff. So one thing that it does have is a design library. So there's actually a library of designs. So you think we've got our built-in embroidery designs. Now you have a whole library of even more designs. And if you have a premium subscription, you have even more than what's available for the frees. And they also have things like Disney designs built into there for the Brother machines. And by the way, the design library is for all three of those devices, or all four of those devices as well. So you've got Scan and Cut designs and embroidery designs. We also have designing tools, so you can resize, change, you can actually draw your own designs in there. You can do all sorts of things within this program with just the design tools. We've also got an inspiration that's on there as well. Each week they put out a new catalog of ideas and things that you can do. With the premium subscription, you get access to all the different files they did. With the free, you get access to 1 week a month, but you can still see all of those different designs and get ideas and come up with your own way to do it.
I mean, that's what we're all about, right? Yeah. That's why we have so many classes. We have So Fun. We have all these things. So Fun virtual, just to inspire people. That's what this whole program is about. So it's great to have inspiration on your app.
Yeah, and to continue that inspiration, there's also the Brother community on the app, which I keep calling it this week as the Brother Pinterest board, because it's basically everybody's show and tells. Because I know with So Fun, at least during our So Fun presentations, we love showing off everything we made, because if you show it to your friend that doesn't sew, they're like, that's neat. Whereas if I show it to somebody that does so, they go, oh my gosh, the embroidery is beautiful. What thread did you use? Oh my goodness, I wouldn't have done it this way. We get excited. And on that Brother community, you can post all sorts of different projects and things and get that excitement, which is really cool.
Well, speaking of sharing, I mean, can they on Facebook like share what they've sewn or created this week?
Yeah.
Is that possible?
I don't know if you can do an image. You can try, but you can definitely
let us know what you did today or this week. I mean, you've had a whole week to sew and embroider and create. What have you done with it?
Yeah, please let us know, because there's so many different things you can do.
I love to see it. Yeah.
Yeah. We love those show and tells.
And I love asking questions during a live presentation that, you may not know, because it's just what I do.
Hey, you know what? That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
And plus, the more you guys participate, the more energy we get too.
That's right.
So, haha. There's a lot of you commenting. So thank you guys for joining us. Yeah. We're having a lot of fun. Anyways, so the things that are flashing around on the screen right now are me actually messing around in the Artspira app. So on the one that I just typed Eva in, that was one of the catalogs. And I got one of the designs and I typed my dog's name. I chose hers because she was the shortest.
Is she like a short dog?
She actually is. She's a miniature Shiba Inu.
Okay.
So she's got an attitude too. She thinks she's a cat. Anyways, we also have on the other one where I was kind of poking through the design library, and my son has become a bug hunter. I keep joking around this week. He loves rainbow beetles, which are actually Japanese beetles, because we might have an infestation in our yard. So he is a bug hunter, but he's also an exterminator, which is really nice. But I figured it would be fun to kind of pull out, I know it's not a rainbow beetle, but a beetle design, kind of create a cute little design I could put on a shirt or something. And I'm doing all of this on the app. It's not on a machine. It's actually on my tablet. Now, when I was playing with this on my tablet, we were having like a family movie night, and Preston was like, "Mommy, can I play the game that you're playing?" And I went, "Sure." So I handed him my tablet, and he was able to figure it out. He barely knows his ABCs. He was able to figure out where to hit to draw a design, and he actually drew a bat design for Halloween. And so I was like, you know what? Let's send it to the machine. And so we stitched it out and made a shirt for him. Beautiful. So, and I don't know if you can see on the B-roll camera, but we've got a couple samples of things from that application. So we've got, of course, Preston's new Halloween shirt. And then we also have a tumbler that Amber and Aurora made, where she actually drew a design for the scan and cut out a piece of vinyl and did a custom tumbler. So there's so many different things you can do in that Artspira app.
Why?
Why?
It says why on it, so.
Oh, that's true. Why? It's a very fun why, though.
Yeah.
But my point is, if my son, who can't read yet, can play with Artspira really easily, it's a very easy app to use.
Or, usually what she says during Tech Party is, if Rob can do it, you can do it. So it's kind of nice.
Yeah, he's got a break from that this year.
Yeah, I got a little bit of break from that.
Although you did did bro at Southern Convention.
I did.
You did sew at Brother Convention.
All by myself. It was great. All right. So we're going to talk quickly about some differences between Brother and BabyLock.
I mean, yes, Radiance, but you're a little ahead.
So I want to explain this because during the next slides about the Aveneer and the Radiance, we will be using different, interchanging images. You might see a Brother on one slide and a BabyLock on the next. And I just wanted to make sure you knew that Brother makes BabyLock. That's why. They're the same machine. They're the same parts, same everything. Functionally, how they look, how they work. There are some differences with Brother and BabyLock, though, that are kind of outside the actual main machine. So number one, the Aveneer, if you have a scan and cut, print Moda, or sublimation printer, then the Brothers probably makes more sense because you can also use the Artspira app too.
Yep, and they can communicate together even. So you can get your SVG files, send them straight to your scan and cut, which is really cool.
So someone comes into the store and says, hey, I want to buy an embroidery machine, and they already have a scan and cut, then we'll probably direct them to the Brother. If they come in with no blank slate, it's probably who has the best promotion at the time, because to us, they're the same machine. What's great about BabyLock is they have a program called Love of Knowledge, and every BabyLock that you purchase, you get a 60-day trial of that for free. And what's nice is BabyLock does such a great job of after-sale education for our consumers, and also actually videos and training for us too.
Yeah, it's fabulous.
And they have spent $1 zillion on the studio to do this, and they put out, Linda Piccini does amazing videos. She heads up their education department. And so you get that with every BabyLock you purchase. And then you don't just get access to like the Radiance videos. When you have access to that program, you can watch, you're like, hey, I've heard a lot about the BabyLock Triumph. What's that all about? And you can watch the Triumph videos. It's a great program. And then they also have different embroidery designs built in. comparing to each other, but also brother has Disney that nobody else in the world has. So there are some differences that way, but functionally, what we're going to show you today will work on either brand.
Yep. So a lot of those differences are just those. So
I'm going to let you have the clicker.
Ooh, that means I get the power.
You're the power.
Ooh, here we go. All right, so we're gonna dive into the BabyLock Radiance and the Brother Aveneer. So this first slide here, I keep joking around. I feel like I'm a little dorky for it, but I got really excited when I found out that, I know I'm a dork. I got very excited that the bobbins wind 10% more. So I tend to play bobbin chicken, probably a little more than I probably should.
Who doesn't?
I know, because we want to use as much thread as possible. So the fact that the Radiance and the Aveneer do that 10% more makes a big difference. So you can see on the screen that I've got the BabyLock Altair and the BabyLock Radiance winding bobbins together. And underneath it, you can see the Altair versus the Radiance bobbin, and the Radiance bobbin is much more full. The other thing is you'll notice by the Radiance on the slide, there's this little like slider hill with several bobbin images next to it. So if you lose bobbin chicken, which that never happens, no, not a little. What you can do is you can tell it to wind your bobbin just a little bit more, and it'll wind it just a little more. And then you don't end up with a whole full spool bobbin of like highlighter yellow thread that you're never going to use, unless you're Rob.
Unless you're me. I love highlighter yellow.
He does. We also have an automatic needle threader, which, oh my gosh, especially on an embroidery machine, you definitely want an automatic needle threader, because rethreading for each tile, or for each thread of each tile, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
And they also have easy needle plate removal. So you just kind of tug that little button there and it comes right off, versus me having to fight with a screwdriver and figuring out how to get my hand there, all of that. It's nice and easy. And also, education manager is going to come out. Make sure you clean underneath your bobbin case. If you don't, this is your public service announcement. During break time, go clean your dust bunnies, okay?
Yes. And needle threaders. I want to talk about needle threaders really quickly. You'll see a lot of automatic needle threader slides in here. So if you've had an automatic needle threader all your life, it's probably not a big deal. We're immersed with, and you can't see, but we have probably 85 sewing machines on our floor here. And we're immersed in all this beautiful stuff all the time. I was at a Rusty Barn quilt show once, and I think it was like when the Quattro was around, and I was showing cameras and lasers or whatever, all this beautiful stuff on this machine. And I just was talking to the customer while I rethreaded it. And she's like, whoa, what just happened here? I said, well, it has an automatic needle threader. She went, sold. I'll take it right now. So now I just show the needle threader and I just look at people.
Yep.
And they did. It has never happened again since. But it was a fun story. But
anyways, it might get awkward, but you know.
It's a little awkward.
It's cool. It's very cool. If you haven't seen it, oh my gosh, it's like magic.
Yeah.
But let's keep going. So it also has one of the largest hoops in the industry. And the way that they designed the hoop is really, really nice. So you can see right here, I'm kind of pointing to the two sides, the long sides that usually kind of bow a little bit when they're really big. They're actually steel reinforced. It's also got the two clamps on both ends, the top and the bottom, to help you tighten and loosen. And when I remove the hoop right here, you'll see me kind of pointing to where there's a little lip in the hoop. So it tucks right into the top, so that we're less likely on that giant hoop to have things pop open, which is awesome. And so right here, as I'm hooping, you can see me kind of use that little lip to get it in, and then I forget that there's a clamp. And then here we go. Oh, there's the clamp. And then you can get it nice and hooped perfectly every single time. And this hoop is literally like a hula hoop size. Last year, I kept like jumping through the hoop during our live streams and stuff. So
I'd like to see that. We should record that.
I think we did. Oh, well, we'll do it again sometime. All right. So another thing is that this machine does have a projector built into it, which is really, really fun. And I'm actually going to show you guys the projector a little bit more in a little bit. But I wanted to show you guys the buttonhole preview. So when I started working here, and as I remembered yesterday, it's been 8 years since I've been here.
8 years yesterday.
Yeah, 8 years yesterday. So I didn't know a buttonhole foot existed. And I got so angry when I found out about them. This makes it takes it to the next level. So you can see right here on the slide, I'm putting a new button in. And what is interesting is that bright light there is actually the projector. I'm taking a pen and I'm pushing right on the light to tell it to reread what's on my foot and watch the buttonhole here. It makes it larger. So it makes it exactly the size of the button that I'm putting on there without me having to make any adjustments, measure it to a ruler or anything. It makes it perfect. The other thing is that you're going to notice there's like a red line and a dotted line and a blue line. Those are actually alignment positions so that each one of my buttonholes are evenly spaced. So now I really only have to mark once, which is great. I used to use those expanding gauges which work very well, but sometimes they don't end up right. And I did so many men's suit like shirts and jackets and things that this would have made a world of difference.
You just should have come to Rocky Mountain Sewing and Vacuum first.
I should have.
A long time ago.
I did, and I got a roller foot, but I never thought to ask about buttonholes. But along with that, once you, whoop, there it goes. There's the 9th. Now, on this buttonhole preview, you can do it both vertically, like I did on this video here, or you can do it horizontally as well. So you can have your buttonholes faced whichever direction you want it to be. A little bit later, we'll play more with the projector to show how you can like audition stitches, do different projection lines, all of that.
I love the projector.
But it's awesome. And I want to point out, which you'll see when we go over there, the projector is 5 inches by 8 inches. So it's huge. And you can actually see behind the foot as well.
Yep.
So, and there I am kind of lining it up to the next one. So
beautiful.
We also have the stitch regulator built into this machine. So I know you talked about stitch regulator a little bit earlier with the Cutie frames, but just in case you're hopping in, if you are, welcome again. But what stitch regulation is if you have ever free motion quilted on your home sewing machine, you know that you're kind of the regulator. If I move really, really fast, my stitches are going to be really, really big. If I'm getting nervous and I'm going really slow, my stitches are going to be so tight that it's hard to even get them out if I messed up. So with the stitch regulator, that makes it so that the needle keeps pace with you. So if you go really fast, the stitches are going to be the same as if you go really slow. Stitches are going to be the same. So Brother calls it the intelligent stitch regulator. BabyLock calls it the stitch sync regulator. One's not smarter than the other. They're about the same.
They're exactly the same.
Yeah, they're exactly the same. So you can see right here, I'm kind of trying to go fast and going a little bit slower. And that needle is keeping pace with me as I'm going. There's a bright green line on the back that kind of tells me where the foot can read my fabric. So if I'm beyond that, it can't read it. And there's a little green square right in front of it that if I were to outrun the stitch regulator, it's going to turn red, as well as beep at me if I'm going too fast. Now, you might be able to see it on your computer screen. We're also probably going to show this when I hop over to the machine. But there's actually guideline markers that you can project down as well. So right now I'm doing like a straight line, trying to keep even with that seam. You can also do an echo quilting version of it as well. So it kind of helps you keep an eye on where you're going, because it does come with 3 different feet. It comes with a closed toe, an open toe, and a couching, not a couching, an echo quilting one.
Yeah. Couching, echo, same thing.
No. But it makes it so that you can do that free motion quilting beautifully and easy every single time. We also have lots of fonts built onto this machine. So this slide has some of the new ones that are there, which I think are very cute. We've got a lot of fonts on these because apparently when your kid's about to turn 4, you have to label everything. Who knew? Yes. So I might as well use my embroidery machine as a label maker.
Why not?
But along with that, whenever you pick a font, sometimes you'll pick a font, you'll type it out, and that N looks like a U. And you're like, that's not what I typed. Now I have to go redo it. So now, before you even commit, you can see the entire alphabet, all of the letters, all of the different special characters and things before you decide which one to use. So it's really nice that we can see that whole thing on the screen there. We also have the projector for embroidery, which is really, really nice. So you can really see that 5" by 8" screen right there. As you saw, the menu can kind of condense down so it's out of the way of my design. And I can also bring it up, but right there, live on the projector, once again, that light using the VSonic pen, I can push on the buttons and edit the design a little bit. So I can move things around, I can resize it, I can rotate it, and I can also just move my menu wherever makes sense for the design that I'm doing. So it's really amazing. Quite nice. And this is great, not only for figuring out exactly where you're placing something to start with, it's also good if disaster struck and something popped out. I can use the projector to line up my design back exactly where I rehooped, because if you rehoop in the same place twice, you need to go buy a lotto ticket.
Yeah, saves you money. You don't have to throw those projects away.
Yeah, exactly. And then sometimes you'll pick colors on the machine and go, okay, this is going to look great on my fabric. And then you stitch it out and you realize that it all blended in. So you can use the projector to kind of audition it before you do that to make sure that that doesn't happen. So lots of reasons why a projector is awesome.
Projectors are amazing. Now, before we start, what kind of stylus is that you're using on this?
It's like a really fancy one. It's got like a flashlight and everything on there. Yeah.
I've heard
and it works on my phone, my tablet.
That's great.
And I can write with it. It's crazy.
Wow.
Nuts.
Amazing. Amazing.
Sorry, I'm laughing. We've got some shaking heads in the background here.
Yeah, they're mocking us. It's okay.
That's okay.
We'll just be us.
Yeah, as usual. So let's talk about My Design Center and IQ Designer. Now, this is something built into the machines that I could probably go on for like 2 days about if I wanted to. There's so many different things you can do with it. So what I'm doing here is I have a panel, which I apparently hid over there, so I'm not going to go run and grab it. But it was a panel that had an image of a fox. So I scanned my fox in, and then I'm tracing the design. That's what I'm working on right there. And I'm trying to be very perfect about it, so I'm being particular. But I can trace out my design, and I can fill it with different quilting fills. I can change the density of the stitches. I can change pretty much everything that I want and create my own custom designs. Actually, this thing that's hanging in the background right here, all done with IQ Designer, or My Design Center. I think that was the Aveneer. But that one right there, this one is a really sweet one. So you can also do things like scan in handwriting or notes or have somebody sign their name. So this one is a really sweet one. I believe Amber and Aurora, her grandfather wrote this note to her grandmother when they were in school. And this was just hiding in a drawer. Amber found it, scanned it into IQ Designer, stitched it out, and now it's a beautiful keepsake that they have.
That's awesome.
So it's no longer rotting in a drawer, it's beautiful art. So you can do things like that. I've also heard of people doing things like letters to Santa. And my kid's finally old enough, I could probably do it. Yay.
Gotta teach him those ABCs first.
Yes. We're working on it. I think he's gotten to, what, D so far for writing? So it's going pretty fair.
You could teach Sean at the same time.
Yeah, I know. It's great.
I like it.
He's going in the background. And then we also have Picture Play, which I do need to go run and grab something for this one. So Picture Play is something where you can take a photo and you plug it into the machine and it turns it into embroidery. So thank you. This is a great sample from the spring store that they took a picture of some daisies. Whoops, I didn't have it. And they turned it into embroidery. So you can see there's lots of different filters and things like that. And it's just awesome. This is something that was usually built into like our embroidery software program. Now we can actually do it right on the machine. So, haha, I'm talking and I'm not on screen. No. So I got to do this. And I keep joking because he didn't know I did this. So apparently I'm fired after this and I'm rehired tomorrow.
Yeah.
But you can also take PNG images of someone and turn it into stitches as well. So you can do all sorts of things. You can do cell phone photos. The better resolution, the better results are going to be. You can do these. You can do digital art. You can take PNGs that you're using in a PowerPoint and create photo stitch out of it.
Not like that, though. Not of me. That's a once in a lifetime. Yeah,
Rob's like, please don't do that again.
I went to all the stores and they have like pictures of me with darts in them in all the back rooms. I didn't understand what that was all about. So
I was joking because some of them are pictures of you with hair.
Yeah,
so there is that.
Yeah, old pictures.
I knocked my mic off. Hang on. Whoop. All right, and then I think from here we might take a quick little break so we can switch over to the machine so I can show you a little more of what that projector can do.
About 2 minutes.
Yep, we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Hold on. Oh, I keep hitting the wrong button. I do want that one on. Do turn that one on. Okay, I'm ready when you are. I'm good? Okay. All right, so we switched over. I wanted to show you guys on a lighter piece of fabric a little bit more of what those guides are for free motion quilting. And I'm noticing that I'm knocked a little bit over, not on center. But that is an example of like the echo quilting that you can do for it. And then we've also got things like a grid line that I can use. Woo, those are really tight together. We've also got crosshairs, which was the other one that I used on that video. So you can really use the projector as a guideline when you're doing that free motion quilting. But before we switch back, I wanted to show you guys also one of the things we can do with that projector if we're sewing just normally. So I'm going to take that free motion quilting foot off, put a regular sewing foot on, whoop, 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 and then I'm going to put my fabric back under my foot so that we can see the whole thing. All right, so before I do that though, I'm going to switch to some of our fun decorative stitches. So on these machines, we have lots of built-in and beautiful decorative stitches. And when I pick one, oops, I'm going ahead of myself here. When I pick one, I can put it right on the screen. Let me get rid of those guidelines. Whoop, off. There we go. I can actually audition and see what those stitches are. So I'm going to move this. So there we go. And then turn that and that. And turn my guideline off. There we go. So I can actually audition and see what those different stitches are. Now, if I were thinking like, well, I kind of like the bumblebees, but I want to see what other ones are available in case I'm not sure if I like that, I can push this right here. And now it's going to give me different options of the different stitches. All right, along with that, we do have different guidelines that we can use for like our regular stitches, which I use all the time, especially if I'm piecing. I don't know about you guys. For some reason, I'm like addicted to half square triangle quilts for some reason. So like those Elizabeth Hartman quilts, dragons, etc. So with that, I'll often use my guideline to kind of show me where I'm going. So right now, it's kind of showing me a 1/4 inch to the left. I can move this guideline over to line up with my 1/4 inch. So even though I don't have my 1/4 inch foot on, I know that I'm exactly where I need to be. Whoop. There we go. And I can line up. There's even markings on my needle plate, so I'm not quite there. There we go. So now there's my 1/4 inch seam. So if I am trying to do triangles or something, you can see that I can mark that 1/4 inch line the entire way down without having to mark my fabric. Along with those different like sidelines, I can also do angles. So I can do my piecing a little bit more accurately. I can also do the circle if I so wish. So it'd be a way to kind of do my circular decorative stitches. And there's just so many different reasons why a projector is so, so nice. So it's one of those where I use it for pretty much everything. So I would love to hear what you might use your projector for to make your life easier, or what you're excited to use it for when you take home a Brother Aveneer or BabyLock Radiance. And with that, I think we're going to go switch back over to our main stage. So give us just one more quick second for us to switch the stage around.
All right. Thank you, Megan. That's pretty
course.
sweet. I love the projector. I don't know. As soon as they added that, it really, because we know our customers are visual people.
Absolutely.
It gives you that visual everything, you know, preview for your embroidery, everything. I think it makes life so much better.
Yeah, when they came out with the Aveneer and the Radiance, I was like, what are they going to do to make it better? That big size makes such a big difference because you can actually see behind the foot. So you don't go on vacation while you're sewing.
I want to go on vacation. Oh, look, this is a snowman in a snowstorm that we put on there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, we went ahead and I didn't end up talking about Artspira because we realized if we live stream the tablet to the live stream, it got a little weird. So instead we decided to do the projector.
Yeah.
So, but that was my kid playing with Artspira.
There you go. So, you know, I pillaged some great deals from Brother and BabyLock. Yeah, I use that. You know, you can see me lifting that. That's life size. That's really how big the Radiance is. No, it's not.
And I do want to point out the side note. Please don't lift your machines like this at home.
No.
Don't do that.
You got to be super buff like me to do that. You know?
And you shouldn't be picking them up with the embroidery unit anyways.
That's probably true. So the tricky part with sewing machine sales online is I'm not allowed to. As much as you beg me and want me to, I cannot ship one of these outside of Colorado. I do have a note on here that these machines must be purchased locally. And let's talk about a trip to Colorado. We will subsidize it. No joke. So get a hold of us and let's talk. I can, if you're here in front of me, I can sell you anything I want. And so I've had people take me up on that.
Yeah.
I've had 2 customers. And so we'll chat about that.
Yeah. And it's leaf peeping season. So the mountains are getting beautiful right now.
It's beautiful here. Like right now, I can't tell you how pretty it is here. Up until
all the changes are happening.
Till November. Then it's not so pretty.
Yeah,
but it's still worth coming out to buy an Aveneer Radiance from us.
And come see us at one of our 4 locations.
Yeah. So due to manufacturer online advertising, we can't show you the bundles worth thousands here. I have such amazing bundles with this. But give us a call, 888-897-6362. We can chat. If it is busy, give us a call back, or you can email Kasha at rockymountain.onlinesales@gmail.com. And we'll talk. And this is going to live online forever. So this offer is out there forever. If you want to come out here, let's talk and we'll see what we can do.
Absolutely. And if you want to see more, check the link to see more about the Aveneer and the Radiance to learn more about these machines.
We have so much information on each of our web pages. Megan's does a great job on YouTube. We have so many videos. 2-3 million videos out there. No, maybe not that many.
Sometimes it feels like that because I can nerd out pretty hard.
And we have 50-month no interest financing that has hit our shores. That will be good until Saturday. After that, I can't promise it because financing does change.
Yes.
All right, this is you. I'm going to give you the power.
Okay. All right, here we go. So the next one we're going to talk about are the BabyLock Reflection and the Brother Celeste. Wow. Celeste CX1E. Wow, I tried to combine it all in one thing. Yep. So with these machines, they are both embroidery exclusive machines, and they do have 9.5 by 14-inch hoops. So it's hard to get hoop envy with these ones.
So why does someone want like an embroidery exclusive machine?
Well, because you feel more powerful when it's Christmas gift season time.
That's true. One for each foot.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I had a customer. You know, it's interesting. One of our all of our presentations, we've had customers that have great, sewing machines. Like my example is the Pfaff 7570. That was a machine that was first embroidery, came out, in the mid 90s, right when I started. So it's been 30 some years, I think. I can't remember. Whew, it's a long time. And I'm only like 25, so I don't know how that works.
Weird.
But
time traveler.
It's an amazing, amazing sewing machine still. I mean, you can't get parts for it. It's 30 years old, so we love to sell new sewing machines, but it sews really well. So maybe you don't want to give up that machine, but the embroidery for it for the time was amazing. But that technology nowadays is terrible. I mean, it had a screen like this big. If you wanted to sew out something, it'd show you like a little black blob what your next color was going to be.
Yeah.
So maybe you love your sewing machine and you're like, I really want the Wi-Fi, larger frames, because it was 5x7, larger hoops. I'm not making fun of the 7570. It's just a prime example. Maybe I'm making fun of it a little bit.
Well, we see it all the time, though.
All the time, every day. So you get all this great stuff with Artspira or whatever. And so this is why the exclusive embroidery machines are so popular. So
absolutely.
That's my shameless plug for exclusive embroidery.
Definitely.
You're welcome.
Plus, a lot of times we like to multitask. Like I was talking about earlier, we love to multitask. So why not either get one project done in double the time or even work on 3 projects at the same time?
Sure, absolutely.
We never do that.
Multitask.
Yep. So we do have the automatic needle threader on these machines, which is awesome. That means when you are working on those big, crazy, lengthy projects, you don't have to, lick the thread and hope for the best. She'll just do it for you. We also have 2-point laser positioning. So these machines don't have cameras or projectors or anything built into them, but they do have this feature which helps you place things accurately. So the little bunny on the screen, I kind of pick one point and then I decide what direction I want to go from there. And right now, I was pointing to our cameraman to go to the machine there. It actually puts a laser pointer down so that you can line up the corner of whatever your design is exactly where you want it. So like I've got a pocket on the screen here. Now I go to the next point. So I just did the bottom of the bunny, so it would line up on the bottom of the pocket. And now I'm doing the same thing where I'm using that laser pointer to get myself to somewhere on that bottom of the pocket again. So when we do that, after I find the perfect space, I'll just hit set on the screen and you'll see that bunny goes from straight to where she's supposed to go.
Wow.
So it gives you that perfect positioning. It's great for those name frames.
And it shows the actual position on the screen.
Yep. So, and then you know for a fact that you got it exactly where you want it and you're good to go. You also have lots of fonts built into this machine. If you can't tell, by this point I was realizing I was becoming a label maker. But you've got tons of different fonts, editing features, all of that. A lot of people use their embroidery machine to make quote labels. That way they don't have to print and hope that they don't fade over time. They're just stitched beautifully and they will last forever. Helps if you push the right button.
Gotta do that.
And then, like Rob mentioned, these machines are Wi-Fi capable. So they do talk to that design database transfer that we talked about. And then, of course, the Celeste will answer to Artspira as well. So you've got all of those different Wi-Fi capabilities, which means, although there aren't very many designs actually built onto these machines, you've got tons of options otherwise. Because let's be real, there are some cute designs on our machines, but usually we're excited to do things like this.
Yeah.
Where we want to put our own stuff in there and play. So it gives you a lot of room to do that.
Sure.
All right, I'm giving you the power back.
That's right, my power.
Yep.
So we have some great deals. Right now, you can buy us, and this is one of those weird sewing machine internet things. Brother does not allow us to sell this product online outside of Colorado. So you can come fly out and see us. Or if you're local, we'd be happy to sell you one.
Oh my gosh, that was my hiccup.
She hiccups. Now,
I'm so sorry, right in the microphone.
I'm going to throw a challenge out there. Every time Megan hiccups, we're going to add another prize.
Oh boy.
I'll add another. Every time you hiccup, I'm going to give out a $50 Rocky Mountain gift card.
Every time I hiccup?
Every time you hiccup.
Oh boy. Okay, I should probably say this probably won't happen at in-person events since I'm the event coordinator. Or you might come for me later.
Just for here. So the pressure's on. I'll probably make you hiccup more.
If you know me in person, you know that I hiccup a lot.
So, but however,
good for you.
I digress. So give us a call at that number there if you're local and would like to purchase one. But on the BabyLock reflection version, MSRP is $79.99. We have them on sale for $59.99 typically, but use code TechParty, one word, to unlock the savings. You can see what a great discount that's going to give you. And again, these ship for free. And if you're outside of Colorado, there is no sales tax. So it's just out the door price. Also, BabyLock right now has a bundle worth $349.99. And that's going to help get you started with embroidery. You get some embroidery designs, you get a dust cover, you get some stabilizer, but you also get that 60-day Love of Knowledge free trial, which will teach you everything you need to know about it. Because again, if you're outside of our area, and we can't teach you your class, we don't want you out there struggling. You'll get some great classes, some great education, and you'll love it.
Absolutely. It needs to be fun and not work. But wait!
But wait.
There's a but wait.
There's a but wait. Magnus, the Viking in charge of financing, has also negotiated 24-month no-interest financing.
Oh, wow.
It's hit our shores. That's both on the Brother and the BabyLock version. So give us a shout if you're interested in that. And we're going to give a prize away. I told her, I said, I think I'm missing some slides for prizes. And then one pops up.
They're in different spots than what we did for the live stream.
Yeah.
Or not, this is the live stream. The live ones with people in front of us. So
yeah, it was live streaming, but nobody recorded it.
Yeah, live stream, no recording. No extra lights.
So what are we giving away here, Megan?
We are giving away the Perfect Vision magnifying lamp that I spoke about earlier. So this is the one that clamps on, has the light around it. I need to put it so you guys can actually see what I'm holding.
Oh, yeah.
Let me move that guy out of the way. So the Perfect Vision magnifying lamp is awesome. Anybody can use it, and it's nice and bright. So perfect.
I'm also going to give away a Rocky Mountain gift card.
All right. Is this the one for me hiccuping?
No, that's just that. That was the first one that didn't count. That from here on out they count.
Oh, from here on out. Okay. All right. The pressure's on.
Yeah. So this is just because I love you. And so this is a Rocky Mountain gift card for $50. You can call us if you want to buy notions. We can do this over the phone, whether you're local or not. And we have the power.
Yeah, you can apply it to a reflection if you wanted to too.
Yeah, you could apply that to the down payment on anything.
Yeah, so why don't you comment and let us know what your shopping spree will be on?
Yeah, it's a cool little shopping spree.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on.
Here we go.
So this is back to you. You have the power again.
Right.
I have no problem giving you the power.
It's weird. All right, so the next machines we're talking about are Brother and BabyLock's sewing only machines that they just came out, the Brother Celeste or the BabyLock Anthem. And just like a side note, BabyLock was so excited to have a machine that wasn't white and gold.
Yep.
They called this one Plum. They even had like pantsuits and everything made out of the plum. They were all very excited. It is a very pretty color.
They've always been gold.
Yeah, that's true. So if you want a newly colored BabyLock, this is the one.
I like it.
All right, but let's talk about some of the other reasons why these machines are great. So one is that it does have a guide beam laser. So you can kind of see me playing in that video, moving it side to side. Just like we played with the projector on the Aveneer, you can move this guide beam to be a 1/4 inch seam if you want to, a 5/8 seam. You can even do it for like straight line quilting if you want to evenly space all your lines and things like that. So those are fantastic. I've also, on the other side, have like 2 pieces of binding that are getting sewn together, and you're using that laser light to sew it straight so that you don't have to mark it. So marking half square triangles, because I always pick half square triangles quilts, man, chalk gets everywhere. So this helps you not get that chalk dust all over your sewing room. It also has tapering functions, and tapering is one of those where we sometimes have it on our machines and we're like, okay, I mean, it's a cute idea, we can use it. But there are some good applications for it. So I've seen people do this tapering function. You can change it to whatever angle you want at the beginning and the end. And they've done things like create pin tucks out of it. Actually, some Viking bracers were made out of it this week, which was kind of fun. And I've even done it on things like my husband purchased a hoodie that was just a little bit too small because it was a different kind of sizing. So we cut out the back of it and created tapering stitches to attach that. So that way it kind of created a frame around it. Because what it does is instead of your decorative stitches crossing over like this, they actually butt up together and make a border. So I've seen a lot of people use it for quilt labels too.
Makes sense.
So the fact that it makes it nice and easy to do those tapering stitches is awesome. We also have the compact digital dual feed foot. So this is Brother's answer to the big clunky walking foot. And you can see on that little video, that belt is moving up and down. That belt is what makes the magic happen, because it's actually giving you constant pressure on your fabric as you sew over whatever you're sewing on. It never leaves contact. So right here, I'm sewing over a little bit of leather. Then I'm going to do a little bit of cotton. And then I think I do like a stretchy knit material and tricot. So you can see it feeding all those different layers of fabric nice and evenly, no weird bunching or anything. And in fact, I've got a boot cover that I made, and I used the digital dual feed just to see how it did on that kind of fabric, and it did fabulous. It also comes with several different of the presser feed for it. So 1/4 inch, stitch in the ditch, even a couching foot, which we'll show you on the next one.
This next one amazes me, the tricot.
Yeah, the tricot is incredible. See how smooth that is? No wrinkling or anything happening underneath that foot. And it's quiet too, which is great.
I can barely hear it.
I know. Well, to be fair, we muted the video so we could talk over them. But right here, it's showing him using the compact digital dual feed foot to do yarn couching. So it actually feeds the yarn as well as the fabric to keep everything nice and smooth. Because sometimes you'll couch and it, because the yarn gets most of the thread. So we also have that new adjustable zipper piping foot. So we talked about it a little bit. I feel like I kind of gave a teaser when we talked about it earlier. Yeah. So this actually shows you a little bit more. So right there on the video that's playing, I actually have a pre-made piping right there. And I was able to adjust the foot because sometimes on that pre-made piping, we really try to get past that basting stitch that they put on there automatically. You can adjust this foot over so that when you open it, you don't get that. Now the one next to it is more exciting. And actually what I did on this boot cover, you can actually use it to attach things like snap tape. Snap tape is really hard to sew on because you got to get really, really close to it and you got to make sure that your needle doesn't hit. So you can adjust it just like I'm doing here so that your needle position is exactly where it needs to be to get really, really close to it without accidentally snapping a needle or doing anything that you're not supposed to. So this is great for doing things like zippers, of course, piping, snap tape, any of those narrow areas that you need to get into, these feet are great for. And it comes with the Anthem and the Celeste, which is awesome.
Beautiful.
It also has easy needle plate removal. So you can kind of tell that I've seen a lot of dust bunnies lately. So you do want to make sure you clean out your bobbin case every so often. With this one, you just use your screwdriver, lift it up, and that's all you need to do. You don't actually need to screw anything or anything like that. So makes it very easy. And it's got the intelligent stitch regulator. So just like the BabyLock and Aveneer, or BabyLock Radiance and the brother Aveneer have it, we have the intelligent stitch regulator. Now it doesn't have the projection to give us our guidelines or tell us if you're going too fast, but she will beep at you, so you will know. And then it does also come with the regular, the open toe, and the echo quilting foot for it.
I was going to interrupt you. On that zipper foot, did we put that on our website? Are those zipper feet on our website?
I think it is.
I think it is.
I think it is. And then that code should work for them.
Yeah, the code will work for that too.
Yeah.
So I think we forgot a slide. Sorry about that. But they should be on our website if you're interested. And those will fit high shank brother or BabyLock machines, right?
Yep. And we talked about them briefly at the very beginning. So, but that's just kind of like bringing it back around.
Yeah.
So make sure you use that Save 30 code.
That's right. So once again, the Celeste, we're not allowed to sell outside of our local area. But on the BabyLock, $84.99. Internet price right now is $69.99. Put in the code TechParty to unlock the savings. You will be amazed by the savings on that. So that's pretty excited about that.
Yeah, and they're fun sewing machines.
And if you want to fly out to Colorado, give us a call. Let's be a travel agent. You know, the sewing machine travel agent. I like that. Write that down. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, we'll write it.
If you had a pen, you could do that.
You know, I think I do. What?
Now, your stylus?
Whether or not I have paper.
Yeah, just write it on the sample.
Oh, no. Okay, I'll get yelled at for that one.
Yeah.
But wait!
Who put a but wait in here? Okay.
I don't know.
That was me. Magnus did it. So we have 24-month no interest financing as well. So you can do the math. You know, I don't divulge any math secrets and discount secrets by doing the math for you. So, you know, it's a great deal.
You can do it.
Yeah.
All right.
Megan, who in the world wants a serger?
Everybody.
Man.
Everybody.
And I'd like to know, this is just a weird thing. Do you name your sewing machines or your sergers? I had somebody somewhere on Facebook or something that named their serger Sergio. And I thought that was the coolest thing. I don't know why. It has stuck with me. So if you're watching and you're one of our Facebook followers, thank you for the inspiration. But if, comment, I like to see what you've named your sewing machine or serger, what cute names. Maybe your vacuum. Do people name vacuums?
I think some do.
Like Sucky or something. I don't know.
Oh, man.
I don't know. That'd be a terrible name.
Well, I mean, as long as it actually sucks.
Yeah.
It could be a good name.
Yeah.
Unless it's not good.
Dusty.
Yeah. There. Okay, we're coming up with names for you while we're at it. But what brings that on is that next we're going to dive into serger world a little bit. So I know that there's a lot of us out here that have a serger that maybe it hides in the closet.
Yeah.
And I really want to break that habit. I really, really, really do. So at our sessions, I was actually pretty impressed because usually we ask how many of you have a serger, how many use it, and more than half the hands go down. At several of our sessions, more than half stayed up, and I was like jumping up and down. I was so excited.
Well, I don't want to have people over comment or anything. I don't know if that's possible.
Oh, no.
But I'd also like to know, do you have a serger? Yes or no? And if you do you use it? You know?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that'd be interesting because the trend typically is that people don't use them. It's just too hard to thread.
It's just a tragedy. So let me tell you reasons why you want to use it. And then we'll talk about a serger that's really easy so that you can do these.
It's gotta be easy.
Absolutely. So of course, we know sergers are good for like finishing seams, doing clean hemlines. I'm betting if you're at home in your pajamas or in comfy clothes, it was probably serged together. So if you look at the bottom of your t-shirt, it's got that different hemline and everything. Now, it also is good for doing things like decorative stitching. Actually, Rob, behind you, there's a bag that I can steal. Whoop. So this whole bag was done on the serger. Here's one of those. Whoop. So you can see all of those different things. This is actually the waxed canvas that a couple of our stores carry. All of the decorative stuff on there is all just thread done with my serger. Wow. So you can do decorative things. You can do piping. You can do all sorts of different things with it. You can also use the serger for gathering, which, I don't know, if you've ever gathered on your sewing machine, sometimes you've got that long basting stitch, and it takes a hope and a dream and 2 or 3 lines to get it right. On a serger, I just have to give myself a little extra tail on both sides, zoop, and I'm done. So actually, this skirt, I gathered it before I attached it to the bodice using my serger.
There you go.
So it works fantastically. We also have faster rolled hems with the serger. So on a sewing machine, there's a great little foot that takes some practice and a little bit of trial and error, and it takes a minute for you to figure it out. On a serger, I just set it up and I go. So on one of the days, I don't know where she ended up, I had a different Viking costume because I got to go big or go home and wear something different almost every day. Actually, that one right next to you. The whole hemline, I was too lazy to hem the whole thing. I used a rolled hem on these. So you can see how quick and easy that was. And I actually used a metallic thread to do it. So kind of fun. You can also do things like piecing quilts without them fraying. So this little quilt right here, I actually pieced together on my serger because I knew it was going to end up in the UFO file. UFO file, whatever.
Or UFO file.
Yep. Whatever you use. I don't have a filing cabinet. So I actually serged all the seams together so that it doesn't fray or anything. You can also do this if you're a pre-washer of your fabrics. You can serge it before you throw it in the washer and you won't get all the hairs that come out from that. You can also do it for attaching binding. So I'll usually use like a fusible thread in one of my loopers and square my quilts while I'm attaching the binding to eliminate some of those steps, anything that makes my life easier. And then you can flip it over and then cover stitch if you so wish. So you've got lots of different reasons why you could use a serger. So please, if she's hiding, bring her out. Or find something that you're excited to bring it out with, like the newest addition to the BabyLock line, the BabyLock Splendor.
I love that. And also sergers, just really quick, are supposed to cut your sewing time in half.
Yes.
Right? I mean, that's the beauty.
Absolutely.
You don't have to do that. And the rolled hems, I mean, you can do, a million rolled hems in the time of pressing and folding with that little rolled hem foot on a sewing machine. It's just so much faster.
Yeah, I think that dress I might have made on Monday for us to start on Wednesday. So,
I never make dresses on Monday. It's a rule of mine.
That's true. Although your tunic only took me about an hour to make with the serger. So
with the decorative cover hem.
Yeah, with the decorative cover hem from the Applaud, which isn't in our PowerPoint, but check it out online. It's a really cool machine. Okay, but let's talk about the newest edition, which is the BabyLock Splendor.
Yes.
So the BabyLock Splendor is their second to top of the line serger now. It is an 8-thread serger, but it's got a lot of great things that make it not a scary serger, which is awesome. So one of which, I keep flipping this upside down on me, is going to be how it threads. So it has BabyLock's extraordinaire threading technology, which means all I'm doing is pushing a button and that upper looper is done.
It's amazing.
So I'm going to show you again doing the lower looper on this little video here. And the lower looper is usually the one that we kind of go through. We try to connect the dots. We stand on our head, try and get it through the looper. Hopefully we can open our machine up. Now all I'm doing is just putting that thread in there, pressing that button. I'm pointing where to look and I'm done. That's how fast it is to thread your serger now. So much easier.
Well, a lot of sergers, when you open it up, if you've never had a serger, if you open up the bottom that's shown here, it looks like crazy town in there.
It does.
There's loopers, there's knives, there's all these things in there, and it can be intimidating. I mean, I think that's what the main reason people don't use their sergers. They come to class, everything's going fine, they go home, they break a thread, and they don't get those looper threads in the right order. They break a thread every single time and say, I've had it, I'm going to put it in my closet. And we hate that. This will never happen to you again with this serger.
Exactly, especially because it doesn't matter what order you thread it.
Yeah.
So you can do your lower looper before your upper looper. There's no hand jive remembering needed.
You can live on the edge.
You can.
Yeah.
As you cut on the edge.
Yes.
Okay, anyways.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah, we got to remember
patented.
that. So along with that, it actually has BabyLock's automatic thread distribution system, which means that there's no tension dials on the machine. So it's automatically going to meter the thread that you're using in your fabric to give you exactly the amount of thread you need, so you never have to mess with tension. So it really does a beautiful job with that. Along with that, it is an 8-thread serger, which is a great combination machine. That means it can do cover stitching and overlocking, or both even if I wanted to.
That's amazing.
Along with that, it comes with a lot of accessories that I got really excited about, one of which is the cover stitch table. Whenever you do cover hem or anything like that bottom t-shirt hemline that I had you guys look at earlier, it's nice to have that little bit of extra stability so that it's not like kind of furling up or doing anything funky as you go along. So it's nice that it comes with it, and it attaches several of the cover stitch accessories that are available for the machine. We also have a knee lift on these machines. And to be honest, on my sewing machine, I hardly ever use it because most of our machines have something called a pivot function where you can toggle the needle down and it lifts the presser foot up a little bit so I can shift around. On a serger, you don't really have that, but what you can do is if you're doing something like, for example, this dress I made on the Splendor, when I did these curved seams right here, you kind of have to manipulate the fabric as you curve. So what I would do is I would get to that curve, I'd use my knee lift up that foot a little bit, adjust it, and then I was able to go. So it's a way to add a pivot function really easily on your machine, and only when you want it, which is even better.
Yeah.
And then I never have to move my hands for my fabric. The other thing is the new thread trim bin that comes with this machine. Of course, it's going to catch all your little dust bunnies and your threads and everything like that, but it's actually attached to a little magnet. And when we change needles, I'm sure none of us have ever dropped a needle in and then brought it back to the store and been like, I wonder if
there's a needle in there somewhere.
I wonder if the guys could find that needle for me. So what that does is it catches those needles for you and puts it onto your thread trim bin, so you can find those needles and not have to worry about it damaging your machine or anything. And then, of course, with 60 different stitch combinations that the Splendor can do, which it can literally do almost everything, you can create and do so many different things with your projects. So on the little dress that's on the screen there, you can see they cover stitched the ruffle there. They did the rolled hem to hem it, so they didn't have to press or do anything with that. And on her bodice, they actually did pin tucks using the serger, and they attached all that piping using the serger too. Wow. So you can do so many things, even zippers with the serger. Yeah. So don't be scared of your serger. Pull her out or get one that's a lot easier to thread so you start playing with her again.
I love that.
And there you are.
All right. And then something I didn't mention when I was talking about BabyLock is BabyLock does make their own sergers.
Yes.
They're made, I think most of them, if not all of them, are made in Japan. Everybody else, there are factories that they kind of subcontract with, but BabyLock makes their own sergers, and they're beautiful, very well made.
Yes.
So MSRP is $54.99 on the Splendor, and internet price is $39.99. But if you use code, guess,
Tech Party,
you'll unlock more savings. And we have 18-month no-interest financing. That's funny. $194 a month. I'll let you do the math. So the bundle value is $448.99, and it gives you some thread, gives you needles, that 60-day trial of Love of Knowledge, and their most popular 6 presser feet come with it automatically. So it's a great value.
Absolutely.
And I think
I feel like whenever we see the code, we should just go Tech Party, because it's all caps.
You should do that.
No, you should too.
No.
Okay, hopefully you do at home. Join me.
Join me. Yell Tech Party from home.
Let's do it.
All right.
Oh, it's prize time.
Who's slipping these prize slides in here?
I don't know. Somebody had access to the PowerPoint after I finished it. So
here you go. I'll let you be the giver-awayer.
Ooh, are we doing both of them?
Yeah.
At once?
At one time.
Oh, wow. Okay. So what we are giving away next is going to be 2 of the sets of sew tights here. So we've got the sew tights. These are the standard ones that are kind of like your regular length or regular strength, not length.
Strength, length.
And then we have the dots, which are much shorter, but they're fantastic for holding things like your applique down, or even if you do hand sewing, which that's a bad word in my book, but good for you if you do it.
We don't use that kind of language
here. I know. But both of those are fantastic if you're doing any of those littler projects. You can even kind of hold your binding down when you're stitching too. So, all right, make sure you comment. What should we have them answer this time?
I don't know. Magnets. Everything's better with magnets. I don't know.
Yeah, right. Tell us other creative ideas you have to use magnets with.
Yeah, I mean,
in the comments.
What kind of issues would magnets solve? I mean, she's already mentioned some with your paper piecing. It's nice to be able to, or patterns. I mean, it's really nice to hold them down. So
definitely. And then I do want to say, because some people get nervous about this, with magnets, these kind of magnets, Sew Tights makes them specifically for sewists. So it's not going to damage your machine or anything like that. So I know that came up a couple of times at the sessions when I talked about them.
I mean, we have
just know that's the case.
Magnetic hoops that have massive magnets.
Exactly.
You probably don't want to rub them on your screen or something, right? But over by the bed of the machine, they're safe there.
Absolutely.
All right.
Okay.
So the Bernina has come out with.
Can you repeat that?
I could try. Bernina came out with some changes to their machines, like to the 790, 770, to 4 of their machines, and they added the word Pro to their model numbers. So I have just a few slides. Otherwise, this would have lengthened our presentation by about an hour, hour and a half, going through all the changes or through the different models and the pricing and all that. So I just have a few slides that just are going to hit some of the major changes to the Bernina line from the 790 down to about midline. So the first one is they've added what they call Stitch Precision 2. It's the embroidery unit that has been changed. They've enhanced it quite a bit. Not that I mean, Bernina's known for quality. It's not like their embroidery was terrible before, but they've improved it so much It's quieter. It's more precise. You know, Bernina customers are really precision sewers, right?
They really are.
I always picture them as like Porsche in the car world. You know, they're just like precise, their performance. I left that on there because it says joyful. I'm not sure what that means, but I think it's kind of funny. It's
the joy of Pro with the 700, 735, 770, and 790.
It's just a little on the nose. I just, you know.
We got to have a little bit of that.
A little bit. And then the Smart Drive technology unit, the embroidery unit, allows it to embroider 33% faster, which is just great because, you know, you want to embroider, but you want to take all day doing it, right? And
yeah.
And they're very quiet. If you hear these embroider, they're like, you know, I mean, they're really quiet. I won't do that ever again.
We'll get you to do it again.
You can play it back later if you want. I'll let you talk about the pinpoint laser.
All right. So this is one of those that when you see it in action, it's kind of incredible. So that pinpoint laser, it's really good for doing placement in embroidery. That's definitely a theme this year. Perfect placement. However, what I love the pinpoint laser for is actually in sewing, because it's going to drop or show you exactly where your needle's going to drop when you're sewing, including if you're doing things like applique, if you're using a blanket stitch, the one that kind of goes forward, side, side, it shows you where your needle's going to drop each time. So if you're trying to do raw edge applique, it really gets you precise exactly where you want to go before that needle goes down. And even if you're sewing at top speed, she catches up with you. It's amazing.
Well, it moves like at the speed of light. So
it does.
It stays caught up with
you. Well, yeah, I know, but still, sometimes you're nervous that it's just like not there anymore. It's actually showing every single drop every single time.
Yeah, and we have an upgrade system where we can make your dial go to 11 on this, and it'll actually cut your fabric while you're sewing. It doesn't do that.
No. Don't believe him. That is not true.
That's not true. My wife is in the background looking at me like I'm crazy, so that's okay.
Everybody does that, though.
That's true. Automatic needle threader. Of course, you got to have an automatic needle threader, not like a lever or a thing you pull down and do all that. Automatic needle threader.
No swoop, swoop. It's just a boop.
Yeah. And dual feed sewing, I'll probably talk about a little bit more about dual feed sewing later, but it has a foot that snaps down behind your presser foot and feeds, as you can see, the top and the bottom at the same time. It works like four-wheel drive. You can always have it on. You can disengage it. Like if you're doing an applique, you want to be able to control it. You don't want the foot pulling back, so you can turn it off for that. But you can go through very heavy fabrics, really your extreme fabrics, it helps, or just leave it on all the time. It can only help because sometimes, like when you're sewing, you start out with your fabric like this, and you end up like this, and that will help prevent that.
This is another cool thing that they've added to this machine. We saw it with the 790 Pro. Now the Bernina 990 does it even more. But these guys can actually read long arm quilting files. So they can read a file format called .bqm, which OESD's new quilting designs also have that file in there.
Great.
But you can pick a file and you can resize it. You can make it smaller or bigger, just like I'm doing on the screen here. But it's actually recalculating the stitches for you. So that, just like with our free motion quilting, if you go really small together, the stitches are small if you're not regulating, it's actually going to keep the stitches the same size as what it was at 100% as what it is when you blow it up even up to 200%. So it's really nice. You can also kind of warp them to fit the blocks, which was actually done on the little black quilt that's over here. So it's a really cool thing that you can do for that edge-to-edge quilting.
It's amazing. All right, so this is just, like I said, just some really quick slides. If you're interested in one of the new Pro Series, this is a product, Bernina's we can only sell in Colorado. The Bernettes we can sell online, but Bernina, for the most part, there are a few that we can sell online, but for the most part, we can't sell these outside of Colorado. So we can talk about coming to Colorado with one of these machines.
Come hang out with us.
And we'll see what happens. But we have great Tech Party pricing, and of course, we're here for you. And so call us. I like that.
Indeed.
And then we have,
these are cute.
We have some new Bernina machines, the B325 and the 335. These are 3/4 size machines, right? So they're smaller than your standard full-size machine. They have the new automatic threader.
It's dancing on the screen there.
Our video is being weird.
Are you going backwards?
No.
I think you're going backwards. No, there it is. Tiny but mighty.
Weird. I don't know what
that was weird.
So maybe I was going backwards. You can't prove that.
Who knows?
So we have the tiny but mighty. They're perfect for classes or if you have limited space. What I like is they're only 17.6 pounds, right?
Yes.
So they're great for travel, you know.
Great for curling.
You can curl that maybe or work your way up to it.
And they sew so smooth.
Oh yeah,
they just have that Bernina quality.
They're the Bernina quality, the front load bobbin that everybody knows, and the hook system that the Bernina has. So
and it's matchy to the 990.
That's true.
Yeah, it's matchy to your 990.
It'd be a great companion for your 990. It'd be like a therapy machine.
Yeah, there you go.
Support machine.
Yeah.
There's also, it has pattern repeat. I have no idea what I'm saying. Short-term and long-term memory loss. No, it has short-term and long-term memory, and it sews like a Bernina. It's just like butter. So there's a little bit of difference between the two machines. The 335 just has a gross quantity of stitches more. 635 stitches, 8 buttonholes, 3 sewing alphabets, 125 decorative stitches. And the price difference is not huge. So on the internet, we have these at $15.99 for the 335 or $13.99 for the 325. Use code
Tech Party.
That's right, to unlock the savings. Or give us a shout if you need to give us a call at 888-897-6362. And we'd be happy to fill you in. And these can be shipped anywhere in the country. No sales tax if you're outside of Colorado, free shipping, all that. Oh, I forgot.
Oh, you forgot.
There's a big white space. I should have known. We also have 18-month no interest financing. That does, if you want to utilize that, you do have to call for any financing. So we can walk you through that and make that happen. All right.
All right.
This is you.
All right. So Bernina has come out with a couple of new embroidery hoops and hoop inserts this year, which I'm pretty excited about. They're all kind of creative and fun. So the first one is going to be the sock hoop inserts. So if you have a Bernina embroidery machine, you definitely got that medium size hoop. This fits right into that hoop. And it actually comes with 2 different sock inserts. They're roughly about 1.5 inches square and 2 inches square, give or take a little bit. But the way that they do it is that you actually bend your sock around it properly, so you don't sandwich your sock together. So it's a really cool way to do it. Plus, with those little OESD mini designs that come out, or even monograms, it's a great way to decorate and create your own custom socks, especially because it's that time of year that we start giving gifts, people dressed up in costumes, all sorts of stuff. So kind of a fun way to be a little festive.
You can put an L on one and an R on the other.
Oh yeah, there you go. So you don't do this thing.
Yeah.
You do this thing?
Yeah, I like it.
Oh, and for our Tech Party price, we have them down to $174, which is what that Save 30 code will give you. I almost said Tech 30. That wasn't the right code.
That would not be the word.
No. And then we also have new magnetic frames from Bernina. So I was very excited about these ones. If you can't tell, magnetic hoops are amazing.
New thing.
And they now have 3 sizes of them. So they went from 0 to 3. Woohoo! So we've got 6.5 by almost 10.5. We have 6.5 by nearly 16, and 8.25 to 15 3/4. So I don't know why I just did that so weird on all of them, but
we'll just round them all up to 20.
There we go.
No,
kidding. 20 square inches. No, just kidding. I don't know what the math is. My brain is right now. But all of these hoops, of course, will be that 30% off with that Save 30 code. But those magnetic hoops are made specifically for your Bernina, so they'll hook in and be perfect for you.
Absolutely.
Oh, no.
It's cost me $50.
All right, start commenting. Try and get those extra things. We also have the new medium border clamp hoop. So we've had clamp hoops before, but they were kind of on the smallish side. This one is 8.5 by 16 inches. So your Tech Party price with that Save 30 code is now $314 to get a fantastic hoop for doing things like edge-to-edge quilting with those thicker projects.
All right.
And now we're at the Bernina 990.
Are we taking a break soon? I thought we were going to break at the 990.
Oh, you're right. We were.
So we're going to take a break and get ready for the 990 here. And what do you think about how much time?
What do you think?
To put some Pop-Tarts in the toaster,
get
yourself a cup of coffee. I'm going to go have 7 or 8 cookies while we're doing this.
That's fair. We do still have leftover food.
I'm going to eat cookies. So let's come back in 8 minutes.
8?
Yeah.
Okay.
8 minutes.
8 minutes. Let's do it.
Because I want to be. I was going to say 10, but I've got to be me.
Yeah, that's true. It is Rob.
We'll be back in 8-ish minutes.
We'll see you guys in a little bit.
We'll see you.
All right, we're back.
We're back. I ate 15 cookies, so I'm ready to go.
I started hiccuping, so
yeah,
fair warning.
I told her that every time she hiccups, it costs her $50 because I'm giving the gift card. That's not true.
Hopefully not.
Yeah. All right.
So hopefully we don't hiccup too much. I hope you guys had a good break too. Got your legs stretched a little bit. So the first half is a little heavy. The second half, we speed run a little bit, but we got a lot to cover still.
And we're going to do the Bernina 990, and then we're going to take a little bit of Bernina 990. Then we're going to switch because we got to go over and switch things around just so you got heads up. In case your Pop-Tart's not quite done, we'll take another couple minute breaks to switch cameras in a minute.
Just in case.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, let's dive right into the Bernina 990.
Yep.
The Bernina 990. Wow. I don't know what I was saying.
Don't know.
All right. So this is Bernina's top of the line sewing, embroidery, and quilting machine, and she is beautiful. So let's dive right in. So first off, Bernina did add a placement and scanner camera onto this machine. So of course, it's great for doing placement in your embroidery, but I want to point out on the slide that you can see on the screen, it actually can be used for sewing. So a lot of times when we're sewing, we kind of get a little bit nose to needle while we're sewing, which is like fine, but our posture sure isn't great, and our backs don't like us a little bit later. Now, the Bernina 990 has a screen that instead of it being over here is actually right here. It's pretty much central. So when you're sewing, you can sit up and just look at that screen instead and sew perfectly, and it makes your posture in the right position so that you can sew longer, which is beautiful. What's nice is actually also giving you that kind of like eagle-eyed view that we get when we put our nose to the needle. So you really are just perfectly precise the entire time that you're doing it. We also have stitch plate recognition, and I realized that I animated every line on that. So I just press on the needle plate to pop it off, and you'll notice on the screen it turns red. When I put my needle plate back on, it will turn white if it still works, and if it doesn't, it'll stay red. And it actually can tell me exactly what needle plate is on there. What I like about that is she doesn't want to break a needle any more than I do, so she won't let you. Yay! Because that's not a scary sound at all. We also have a fantastic edit menu on this machine. So you can pick your different decorative stitches. You can go in there, and then there's icons and words to tell you literally everything that you're trying to do. So it's very, very helpful for that. And it has something exclusive to this machine, which is the Bernina jumbo stitches. Now with the jumbo stitches, I can take any decorative stitch and go into jumbo stitch mode. And that means I can blow up a decorative stitch down to 25% if I wanted to, or all the way up to 500% and create my own different decorative stitches. So right here, I'm stitching out a cute little crocodile that's on the machine. In a second, I'll switch onto the screen so you can see that. But on this little Viking corset that I had made that I never ended up lacing, This is actually the same one that we used on the R.S.V.P. You can look and see, but this is a normal size decorative stitch there that I blew up, and you can see, I think it's about 250% that I blew it up to. Just how consistent all those stitches are, no matter what size you do. And then on the screen there, you can see me kind of resizing. It's going a little bit smaller now. That's showing me a live view of exactly how big that stitch is going to be when I stitch it out. Actually, funny thing with that crocodile, when I went up to 500%, I realized the scrap of fabric I was sewing on wasn't big enough. So that's why you didn't see me do the jumbo version, because that's way too big.
Well, something that is really great is the screens on these machines. I mean, they're the size of like
Huge.
an iPad.
Yeah, 10-inch color touchscreen.
Really see what you're doing. I really love that.
And with that like live view, so that way you can find out if your fabric's too small or not for what you're trying to do. On that image right there, it's showing the color touchscreen, and it's actually showing you exactly how big that stitch is going to be. You can move the foot from being vertical to horizontal as well, so you can see more of the stitch. And you can save these designs and turn them into quilting designs. So you can use those customizable quilt designs with the jumbo stitches that you make. We also have the Bernina integrated stitch regulator, which in a second, I'm going to go hop over to the machine to show you guys some cool things about it. But it means that I can use any presser foot that Bernina makes for the machine. So let's go ahead and do that little mini break right now so we can hop over to the machine and I can show you guys the stitch regulator in action.
Sounds great.
So see you in a sec.
Yeah. So we would definitely take your old machine if you're just not going to get it.
Okay, all right. Thanks for bearing with us as we switched over, but the Bernina stitch regulator for the Bernina 990 is actually integrated into the machine. So what that means is I can use pretty much any presser foot while I'm doing it. So right now I've got my ruler foot on, and I'm just going to kind of let it do that. Do you hear how quiet she is too? So it's keeping up with me. Whoops! Keeping up with me while I stitch unless I go too fast, which you just heard it yell at me because I was going too fast. But I can also use it with any different presser foot that they make for this machine. So I'm going to go ahead and cut my thread really quick. Of course, I've got the ruler foot because not very many stitch regulators have a ruler foot yet. But I know that when I teach Bernina classes, a lot of people like this clear 29C foot. So I can tap to my screen, go find that foot, and now I can go ahead and use this foot as my stitch regulated stitch as well. So there we go. So I'm just kind of doodling right now, nothing fancy. So of course I tend to outrun my stitch regulator a little bit, so I should probably move my speed on my machine up to the highest level because I realized it was on the slowest. But something that I love that they added onto the 990 that is similar to the 8 series machines is something they added on the screen, which is this little kickstart button. So if you've ever seen a Q20 or a Q16 before, you know that they are a sit down, or they can be a sit down free motion quilting machine just like this. That's just as smooth. So not only did they take the technology of the stitch regulator to that, but they also added something called a kickstart function. So if I press kickstart function, it tells me right on the screen in words what I need to do. So to start the machine, press the foot control with your heel. So I'm going to do that with one hand. Boop. And now she's activated. So I'm no longer trying to pat my head and rub my tummy as I'm going. And then when I'm done, I just tap on the foot control and it stops it. So I'm no longer trying to do two things at the same time, because a lot of times we'll be staring down here. We'll be really anxious trying to figure out what we're doing. And then we are also stomping on the foot control. This takes away one of those elements. So it makes it really, really simple and easy for me to do that. Now, since I'm here, I also want to show you something else that's really nice about the Bernina 990 on the screen. So on the screen, I can go here and I've got like my little quick menu. If I go home, I've got lots of different categories. And the thing that I want to show you guys is the Help Center. So here in this Help Center, we've got lots of different things built into it. We have our quick start, which is basically my 2 o'clock in the morning. How do I do this again? Little helper. So it shows you how to thread the machine, troubleshoot, all of those sort of things. We also have the full instruction manual built onto the machine. However, it does come with a paper manual that's spiral bound, which is really nice too. And we've got the Creative Consultant, which the Creative Consultant is something that the other Berninas we've talked about have. So the new 3 series has it, the 7 series that are Pro have it. A lot of the Bernina machines have this, but what's nice on here, if I pick one of these different techniques, so I'm in sewing, maybe I want to do overlocking, it's going to show me with the tutorial everything I need to do. So it tells me all the different settings I need for my machine. I can pick what fabric and then gives me a tutorial of what to do in order to do it with success, including pictures. So the Bernina 990 has a lot of great resources for you, no matter what level you are of a sewist. So let's go ahead and hop back over to the PowerPoint so we can tell you even more of the fun features that are on this machine. Give us just a moment.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. So I confused our videographer by saying the PowerPoint instead of a quick break. So sorry about that. But as you can see, that integrated stitch regulator is really incredible because you're able to use any presser foot.
Yeah.
So like this little video that's on the PowerPoint right here, when we were filming, I was too lazy to go find the regular free motion foot. So I just used the embroidery foot for it, and it did a beautiful job with that free motion quilting.
And I like how you on purpose showed how you can outrun the stitch regulator.
Yeah, totally on purpose.
Quite a few times.
Yep. So do double check how fast your speed control is at. They can stitch, I think, over 1,300 stitches per minute. And someone yesterday had toggled it all the way to the slowest setting. And I'm a puppy go fast girl, so I was outrunning her quite a bit. And then this kind of shows you that Q series and that foot. We did that more live in person over there. So let's continue on to customizable quilt designs. So these are awesome because just like on the Pro Series, we can take those BQM files and manually change them bigger or smaller. And actually on this little quilt sandwich I have right here, if you joined us for Tech Party last year, it might be familiar because I was working on it then. But you can actually see I took a regular decorative stitch, turned it into an embroidery file and did it multiple different ways where it recalculated the stitches. So no matter which one it's on, it's all even stitching. So it really does a beautiful job for any of that stitch recalculation that you're doing, especially because, you know, as we're piecers, of course our squares are actually square all the time. Absolutely, right? Well, the quilting will make it look like it was the entire time and nobody has to know.
I think it's changed quilting. I don't think your squares have to be square at all anymore.
That's true. I mean,
they might go together funky, but you know.
What are those called? The crazy stitch quilts or something?
There you go.
So, yeah. All right. So Bernina also has one of the largest hoops on the market now, which is about 16 inches by 12 inches. So it's a hula hoop. Woo, woo, woo. So it does have two supports on the bottom and the top to kind of help your fabric keep taut. And then there's also a nice little release system for the hoop. So instead of like trying to clamp things or use a screwdriver, you can just pinch it to release it. And then you just use your whole hand to crank it to ratchet closed. So it is a really great giant hoop that comes with the machine. No hoop MB here, right?
No.
Well, maybe a little bit later. Yeah. Anyways, there's also lots of built-in embroidery designs. Actually, OESD put a bunch of designs on this machine too. So you've got lots of different options. You can even take some designs apart and just do certain elements if you want to on these guys. There is a shape designer, so you can create your own shapes. I actually did that on that table runner just a little bit with some of those jumbo stitches, but you can also do it to enhance your decorative, or be enhanced with your decorative stitches. Like pretend to use a circular attachment, but put it in the embroidery hoop so it's actually circular.
Actually circular.
Yeah, because I don't know how many of us make an oval instead of a circle instead.
Me.
At least you're big enough to admit it. And then, of course, we've got lots of fonts on this machine as well. So we've got tons of new fonts to choose from. And when you do, I want to point out, it's a QWERTY keyboard. We don't have to sing the ABCs to spell anything out anymore. Hooray! Along with that, you can type out your word and then you can kind of audition the different fonts that are on the machine. So you can see me, I decided to lean into the Viking theme and do Nordic. But then on one of these, I actually go Nordicer. I don't know how I did that. But after you decide what font you want to do, you can hit that green check mark and now it's an embroidery design. So you can tweak it, edit it, do whatever you want with it. We also do have a context menu. This is something that you press and hold and then you get more options on the machine. So you can lock layers. So once you've got something placed, you don't accidentally drag it to another spot. And then the edit menu is fantastic. So they've got icons and words for every single step of the way. You can see me pulling up a design here, looking at my edit screen, and then you can see all the different things I can do to a design at once. And then of course, the different color options and stuff. We do have 1, 2, 3 placement on this machine. So we've got the scanner, the laser, and a needle check, or like a checkpoint on the hoop where it'll kind of trace where it is. And then of course, if you really want to go for it, you can also drop your needle down. So if you're doing edge to edge quilting and want to get it exactly where you want it to go, you can drop that needle and make sure you're ready to go from one point to the next.
That's great.
Along those lines, there's also the stitch out summary, which I kind of call it like the checklist when you're ready to embroider. It kind of tells me, okay, I've got this needle, this hoop, all of that kind of stuff. But there's 2 things on this that they've added that I think are awesome. One is quilt settings. So on quilt settings, I can toggle that on or off. If it's on, it's going to treat it like you would if you're doing free motion quilting. Because when you're doing free motion quilting, you don't always like to use your scissor button because you don't want to have all those knots on the back of your quilt. So you can turn that off and it will no longer cut those threads to give you those knots. So that way you can bury your threads properly the way that you want to. And there's another button on there called fabric thickness, which they took from the Bernina E16.
Oh, yes.
So you can tell it if you're doing something like a really thick quilt, you can tell it it's thicker and it'll raise that presser foot up a little bit so you don't end up dragging on your project. Vice versa, if you're doing something really thin, you can tell it it's really thin and it'll float over the fabric where it needs to versus hanging out a little too high. So Bernina is all about precision, and that's just another one of the reasons why, or another one of the ways that they do that. And then, of course, speaking of precision, it does have the stitch precision too. So that quieter unit that moves 33% faster, and the unit on this guy, you might have noticed it when we were doing the BSR together, is huge. But it's huge in a good way because it allows you to do the free arm embroidery. It has that much stability, and this machine does not vibrate when you're embroidering, which is awesome.
Yeah, and I don't know if they can tell on the video, but that machine is just quiet.
It's so quiet.
Even at that really fast speed, it wasn't rocking and rolling. It was just...
Yep, I'm sure the only thing you might have really heard was it screaming at me when I was going too fast.
Yeah. It does have a loud beep. Okay, so this must be purchased here locally. Again, fly out and buy a Bernina. Give us a call. Let's try to set that up. Give us a shout at this 888 number here. This does come right now with a free gift set. It has a trolley set for it. Comes with a beautiful, like a huge gift set from OESD, which includes stabilizer, threads, all kinds of things to get you started. Or even if you already own an embroidery machine, you're not just getting started, you can never have too much stabilizer or thread.
You really can't.
Never,
we will use it all the time.
It comes also with version 9 software to get you started, and their skill hub, which is their online course master class to get you taught how to use this properly. If you're local here, of course, we will teach you that as well. But it's nice at 2 o'clock in the morning in your pajamas, you could be on the skill hub.
Yep. If you can't tell, we do a lot of sewing at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, absolutely. So what is that? I can't read that. $5,200 value?
Yes.
So my eyes are getting old. So that comes with that right now. But wait. Magnus has done it again. We have a 48-month no interest financing on this machine. Or if you want to pay cash, check, or charge, get your air miles, Amazon points, or whatever you use your card points for, you get a $1,000 Rocky Mountain gift card to go on a shopping spree. So you can get some magnetic hoops. You can apply it towards a cabinet, another sewing machine, a serger, whatever you want. So it's $1,000 to spend here however you like.
Absolutely.
And
the break is a lie.
The break was a lie.
We braked and we were like, where did the brake slide go?
Where that slide went. I blame Sean. It was our videographer's fault.
It's got to be his fault.
Somehow. So that was a quick break.
It goes womp womp.
But here is a prize time. This is a real slide. So I'm going to give away.
Woo. I get choked up.
You get choked up when we do give prizes away.
Yeah.
You don't get a $50 gift card if she coughs, only if she hiccups. So I'm going to give away a couple things. So like, comment, all that great stuff. And just remember, we will announce the winner on Saturday. I think it's the 5th.
October 5th.
Yes. So you'll get we'll reach out to you through Facebook or
YouTube. I will tag whoever wins on Facebook or YouTube, depending on where you came from. And don't forget, you are entered to win no matter which one you're commenting on. So if you're hanging out with us on Facebook, that's wonderful. If you're hanging out with us on YouTube, that's wonderful too. So make sure you're commenting, liking, sharing, doing all of that on either platform. They all are getting tossed in the pool in order to win these lovely prizes.
Absolutely. And people can continue to like, share, comment all the way up till Saturday.
Yeah,
right?
All the way until we draw names, I think, on October 5th.
Don't have to be live. I'm holding this up like a dork. So this is just
like a dork.
This is a mini attachment kit. I don't know if you want to hold it down there. Sure. I think this is a very cool thing. We sell these a lot during classes, because it's just really nice to be able to have a small attachment kit that fits most vacuums, and you can really get into your bobbin case under that needle plate that Megan kept saying you should pop off and
you do it
and clean it out. You can also use it to detail your car. There's 1,000 different uses for them. Comes with a little tiny crevice tool, and so we're going to give one of those away. I'm also going to give away.
Ooh, what are you doing?
Let's do this one. The Pfaff applique scissors.
applique,
applique. These are actually left-handed, but we'll let you pick left or right-handed if you win. These are some really great scissors. Pfaff makes a lot of cutting implements that are really, really high quality.
Oh yeah.
And
I keep forgetting we have another camera where you can see things up close and personal.
So like, comment, share. We'll get rolling here. Dude. So we have a Pink Ribbon Good and Riccar team up. So Riccar makes fantastic vacuums. We sell a lot of Riccar vacuums. It's actually distributed by the same company that distributes BabyLock and makes koala cabinets. So it's a great company. And every time we purchase a vacuum from them, from this specific vacuum from them, they make a donation to Pink Ribbon Good, which is a charitable organization that helps support people that have survived breast cancer or gynecological cancers, so they don't feel like they're alone and they're not, they can help them fight. And I think it's just a great cause. And I like to get behind great causes. So this is a great vacuum because it's only 8 pounds, has a 30-foot cord, has a headlight, has a little squeegee on the bottom. So you can go straight from your carpet to your bare floor, and has a really great filtration. So you don't get the dust from your carpet and put it in your air. And what we're going to do is, and these aren't available right now, they're doing a run. These aren't always available throughout the year, but they have a run that they're doing in October. So this is going to be more of a pre-order. So if you order today, the internet price is $319.99. Use code TechParty to unlock more savings. And I think you'll really like this vacuum. And we'll ship them as soon as they come in sometime in October. Creative, it is all you, Megan.
All right. And those Pink Ribbon Good vacuums totally look like a Barbie vacuum. It's pretty cute.
Yeah. Why not?
All right. So let's talk about Creativate. Yes. So we're now going to dive into the world of like Pfaff and VIKING a little bit. And Creativate is an app that works with Singer, VIKING, and Pfaff Wi-Fi compatible machines. So first and foremost, it is an app that you can download for your phone or tablet. I think everybody should have a sewing room tablet.
Definitely.
It just helps so much on so many different levels, and Creativate is one of those. So on the app, there are lots of different resources that are on there. So if you've got a VIKING or a Pfaff, you actually have your full user manual on there if you've got a current machine. You also have things like the Joy of Sewing from VIKING, which we'll get into a little bit later. It also has what I call the baby monitor, but he was making fun of me for that one. He was claiming that my diaper was telling, or
your diaper? Your diaper needed to be changed?
My machine's diaper needed to be changed. Wow. Session 9.
We were going to talk about that on live, live streaming.
Okay, hang on. Anyways, that my machine, oh my gosh. Of course, during live stream.
Be serious.
I'm trying.
No, there's no fun in sewing.
No, not at all. Okay, anyway, so Monitor, what it does is it actually like notifies you if your machine needs a thread change. Yeah. Not a diaper. Oh my gosh, what's going on? I'm getting a shaking head in the background.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyways, it lets you know if your machine needs attention, like if it needs a new thread, if disaster struck, anything like that, it'll actually send a notification to your phone or tablet, or even if you have a smartwatch, it'll send a notification there. So I will often abandon my sewing room a little bit, go start laundry or do whatever. My watch will actually tell me when it's time to change the thread, which is great. Okay, now that I'm back, it also has something on the app called Image Stitch. So you can take a photo, put it into this app, and it kind of creates kind of a scatter artistic version of that. So you can create your own picture images that way. And when it's done in the app, you can send it right to the Wi-Fi capable machine and you can stitch it out right away, which is really kind of neat. Along with an app, Creativate is also a software program. So they've got multiple different levels that allow you to do different things. And I forgot to grab the quilt again, so I might go run and do that while I'm talking.
Okay.
So you can kind of create your own custom designs. You can do fonts. You can do some of the things that we did earlier. There's even like spirographs and things. But one example is you can actually digitize things for like the creative embellishment attachment. So this is a panel that I've been working on, and you can see the owl right there. That's not couched on. That's actually embroidered on using that creative embellishment attachment. So you can do a lot of creative things with it. And I'll throw it over here just in case you want to get a little more up close. I think that's in range for you. And with the software, there are multiple different levels. There's even quilting software that's available for it too. And on the quilting software, you can do things like I've got a little dragon quilt over here with tacos on it because my son's favorite book around Christmas last year was Dragons Love Tacos. So in quilting software, you can create your own quilt blocks. It'll tell you what to cut, how to put it together, all of that. That's part of the Creative 8 software now. You also have it as a resource center. So there's tons of tutorials, there's tips and tricks, there's troubleshooting advice, all of that. So no matter what brand of machine that you have, the Creative 8 app is a fantastic resource for you. And of course, there's inspiration, like projects that you can make and the whole instructions on how to do it. And then people also share, just like they do on the Brother Pinterest board. It's like a R.S.V.P. Pinterest board of different projects that they've been working on. So kind of fun.
It is, but now that you said this, the only thing that's in my mind is tacos.
Tacos?
So crunchy or soft?
Crunchy for the most part.
Good. Okay, you passed.
Oh, phew.
Go ahead.
What about you guys? Let us know in the comments.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's ever said that in a sewing live stream, but
who cares?
Tacos.
Yep.
You know?
Do you have a sewing taco Tuesday? That could be fun.
Sewing.
My event brain's going.
Sewing soft taco Saturday.
Sewing soft taco Saturday. I mean, the batting could be okay. Anyways, well, after we're done talking about Creative 8, we're going to go into the Pfaff Creative Icon 2.
I'm excited.
I love this machine, and you guys will get excited about it in a little bit, I promise. If you're not already excited.
I can tell. I can feel it.
Feel it. All right. So the Pfaff Creative Icon 2 has been their top of the line for a couple of years now, but she's still fabulous. So we had to talk about her. So we've got a huge workspace in this machine. We've got a little over 12 inches from the needle to the throat plate. We have 5 inches of height, so you can really, get your king size quilt underneath there. And you've got 3 inches over by the needle, so you can actually fit your hand under there. The other thing, it's got 12 wonderful, bright LED lights. So as Emily would say, it makes a fantastic night light.
It does.
We also have whoops, I keep forgetting that's actually just that. This is an automatic needle threader as well. So we no longer have to do the swoop swoop. It's just a boop. So makes it nice and easy. And with my Creative Icon 2 at home, I use metallic threads all the time. Yeah. It's never missed. So it does a fantastic job with that. We also have the integrated dual transport. So this is where we nerd out a little bit.
Yes. So I've been selling Pfaff for almost 30 years, a little over 30 years. And the dual feed is kind of unique with the Pfaff. Their patent ran out. They came out with it back in the 60s. The patent ran out like in 2000. And so now like Bernina has it, Janome has it, Burnett has it. And it is great on these machines. I still, in my humble opinion, don't tell anybody I said this, but I still think Pfaff does it the best. Because when I talk to people on the phone or in the store about dual feed, they say, oh no, I have a walking foot on my Singer Touch and Sew. Well, that's a little different. It's a lot different because this is the walking foot that you use on your machines typically, or they call it a plaid matcher. And you can why don't you hold this under there and show them.
Do that.
If you actuate that lever that goes on the needle, it goes up and down. It should be called a flopping foot because it just does this. It doesn't actually feed anything. It's probably a little bit better than nothing, but not much, I think. And what it does, and you're really not supposed to do more than like a straight stitch, maybe a zigzag, really not reverse with it. The dual feed with the Pfaff will sew anywhere from, denim down to tricot, and it works like 4-wheel drive all the time. And basically, it'll walk over the hump if you're hemming jeans. We have a presentation. When people work here, they are required. It's in our procedures manual. They're required to learn our dual feed presentation because it's so powerful. You can go from 3 layers to 9 layers at the hump, back to 3 layers, straight to a piece of tricot without changing your tensions, without messing with anything. And you can leave it on all the time. The only time you take it off, kind of like with the Bernina that I mentioned, is when you're doing an applique or something where you want to control your fabric, but it can't hurt to leave it on. If you're doing a buttonhole with tricky fabric, you can use a buttonhole foot with that. And you can also sew on thread. I mentioned it kind of reinvigorated my brain during Tech Party. I used to do a thing where I'd go take the 2 threads that are in the machine and do this like 3 times, get 6 strands of thread. And you can take that and put it underneath the dual feed, select a narrow zigzag, and you can sew right on thread without fabric on your machine with the dual feed and make your own cording for like a corded buttonhole, something like that. It's pretty exciting. It's pretty sweet. It doesn't eat it. We're going to see a video here next.
We both go for it.
Bam.
Right there.
Let's see if it
oh,
works.
no, too fast.
No, our video has been doing weird things, but it'll feed the quilt squares through. You can do your half square triangles. You know, it won't eat the point. It won't shove the fabric into your, and my fingernails look so great on this video
they really
too.
do.
I just am really disappointed that that's not playing. So
no,
it does a great job, and it just helps with your sewing every day. And it also equates into power. It equates into power if you're sewing heavier items as well. So
yeah, and I honestly on my Pfaff I use it all the time. I never not use it.
And you can disengage it. There, you know, you can engage and disengage it, and you're in control. Absolutely.
So the other thing, or one of the many other things that this machine does, is that it has the built-in active stitch technology. So with the active stitch technology, we are used to having tension discs on our machines. I always kind of call it the monkey with the symbols. We all know that toy.
That was my nickname in high school.
I know. Anyways, so most machines have that thread tensioning with the monkey with the symbols. And this, the Creative Icon 2 has it, but it also has a thread metering system called the active stitch technology. So there's 3 little like pistons right there that meter the thread that's going through in the fabric that you're stitching on to give you perfect tension every single time. So remember how I said I love metallic thread? She goes like butter through my Creative Icon 2.
Yeah, the very first time they introduced this feature on a couple machines previously, they talked about it at a convention. I got a machine when I got home. I went home, I threaded it up with metallic thread, top and bottom, and a single layer of organza with no stabilizer, no nothing. And when I was done, I had it, I can't remember if I sewed at regular speed or high speed, but doesn't matter. It did a beautiful job, and you couldn't tell a difference top or bottom on it because they looked it was just so perfect, and I was just really impressed.
All right. Pfaff also is known for all of their exclusive decorative stitches. And what's interesting about them is they kind of sew for a little bit and then they stop and wait for you to do something. So this is kind of like showing you how those ribbon stitches are created, but single, double, and triple ribbon stitches are one of them. Can I borrow the table runner that's right in front of you? Yeah, no, not that one.
This one.
That one, yes.
Which one?
So this one has some of those different ribbon stitches on there for you. So this one has the double ribbon stitches right there. And this gives you an idea of how those different stitches are made. We want to make sure that we can see it in the camera real quick. Whoop, perfect.
Sweet.
So it's really kind of fun. And I've seen, I mean, at our company party, we had some people that did it all the way up and down a dress. It was gorgeous.
Yeah. It's one of those things you get into a rhythm. It's kind of therapeutic because you get into a rhythm and you can just kind of zone out and just do your ribbon stitch.
Yep. It's great to marathon those TV shows that we've been waiting to catch up on. On the next page, it's actually Radiance stitches that are next. So Radiance stitches are another version of these go a little bit and stop. And on these, you can do things like your collar around a dress. I've got one hanging, but I don't know where she went. And all sorts. And just kind of a little shameless plug here, this machine also has a projector. And you can change the color of the projector to any color. Now, when we filmed this, I didn't think about how it would look when we put it on a live stream. So it might be hard to see, but you can actually change that projector to any color so that you can see it on your fabric really, really easily.
Do it like in highlighter yellow?
You sure can.
Wow.
Maybe we'll show you on a different machine later. So kind of fun. And then we also have things like the floating stitches and the lace edge stitches. So floating stitches are some of my favorite. I use them all the time. It actually does seam your 2 pieces of fabric together perfectly. But then there's a little decorative pop that happens when you press open your fabric. So you can see on the little dress, there's that princess seam right there. And she's got a couple little stitches in between. You can also sew just straight on stabilizer with this machine and create your own freestanding lace without having to put your embroidery unit on if you don't want to.
Yeah, the floating stitches, if you've ever done a flat lock on a serger, you do your flat lock and it looks weird and loose, and then you go like that and it gives you that ladder. Same thing with those floating stitches. You just sew it and then you go pop and it kind of pulls out those stitches, and it's really unique.
Yeah, it looks gorgeous. Plus there's a mushroom one that's really cute. I don't know. There's lots of cute ones and fish.
I learned something new today.
Hey, look at that.
I'll go journal that later.
All right, my job is done.
Yeah.
So on the embroidery side of the machine, there's also something called the shape creator and the applique creator. So the shape creator is fun because you can take any of the embroidery designs on the machine, pop it in, and then turn it into something else. So I've got a sample floating around that actually I took a leaf design and then turned it into a sunflower using the shape creator. You can do lots of things like that. The applique creator, I mentioned earlier that those like sweatshirts that are quilted are really popular. You could absolutely do it with the applique creator as well. because you can create a shape, you can put whatever fun decorative stitch you want on top of it, and then nobody knows that your embroidery unit did it, not, you know, your hand sewing, so might as well, right? We also have tons of hoop options with Pfaff machines, and the Creative Icon 2 can take all of them. So that list on the screen actually shows you almost all of the different options that are available. And then this machine actually comes with a 14 by 14 inch square hoop, the Grand Dream hoop, which is wonderful. And then of course it comes with the other 3 that are on the screen. Somehow I missed putting the 14 by 14 on the slide, so whoopsie. Megan. I know, shame on me. And then of course we do have a projector on this machine. What I like is most of the machines that have a projector, we kind of have to reach over to the screen and turn it on. On this one, it's actually right next to the needle. So you've got the screen or there. So a lot of times I'll be piecing or I'll be committed to a half square triangle quilt and I'll get started and then I realize, oh, I didn't mark it because I was going to use my projector. So I can reach right above it, turn my projector on, and there she is. So you can turn that on and off very, very easily. So if your eyes are too tired, you can turn it off right away.
Well, these electronic machines are meant to spoil you, right?
They totally do.
Their main job in life is to spoil you and make life easier.
Yep, you get spoiled with the needle threader and the thread cutter. Now you're spoiled with a projector. It's wonderful.
Gosh, it's terrible.
Yep.
I mean, it's wonderful.
It's terrible in the best way, just like we're good bad influences.
That's right.
So on here as well, there's also icons and descriptions. So on some of Pfaff's other machines, they've got just like icons, and sometimes you look at that squiggly line and go, I don't know what that means.
I mean, I remember in 2140, I think there was a little red thing that looked like a little weird crab. I'm like, what does that really mean?
Yeah.
Who knows what it means? Now you don't have to wonder.
Yep. So now we've got words, so we can know exactly what we're pressing. The other thing is when you select a stitch, there's a little eye on the bottom of the screen. You can press that and it will give you the full description of what it is and what it does. So for example, we got the decorative bar tack up here, and now I know that it's good for pockets, shirt openings, etc. So that way I know how to apply it if that's the stitch I really want. It also gives us information in embroidery mode. So when you go to OESD's website and download that wonderful free design that you got for participating with us, you can go in and you can download all those designs, but some of them are in multiple sizes. So you might pick it and then you wanted a 4x4 one, but it's actually an 8x8. Yeah. So right there, it tells you how big your design is, how many color changes there are, and how many stitches. So it kind of lets you know what you're committing to before you get started. And there's artificial intelligence on this machine. Now, it's not the artificial intelligence that's listening to you at 2 o'clock in the morning when you're saying the words you probably shouldn't.
Well, we installed that ourselves, and if we hear words like, man, I think I need a new sewing machine, you'll get a call the next day. No, you won't.
But the machine's not listening to you like that. What it does instead is it actually reads what presser foot is on your machine. So if you have like a 1/4 inch foot, if you try to do a zigzag, she's going to go, I don't want to do that. No way. I don't want to break a needle, do you? Let's not.
Yeah. Or if you're like me, you put the zipper foot on the Pfaff upside down for like the first year that you worked in the business. So you could, just a pro tip, numbers should always be right side up, you know, when you're sewing. That's just real intelligence. So
yes.
Just in case you forget that.
But it's nice because if you do it backwards, she goes, zipper foot is on the machine backwards. Yeah. She's not happy about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh. There it goes.
That's 2.
All right, start commenting.
Yeah.
Like, commenting, sharing.
Like, comment, share. Hiccup. Put hiccup in there. Or poor Rob, maybe, or something like that. I don't know. Or
poor Rob.
Actually,
it's probably poor them because I have the mic right next to the throat. So I'm sorry, guys.
So I'm pretty excited. This has to do with us being just kind of bragging humbly. Can you brag humbly?
Humble brag, yeah.
Yeah, that we're an ultimate dealer for Pfaff and for Viking. And so we have some smoking deals on the Icon 2. I'm just so excited. I can barely contain myself. So we have a trade-in schedule. If you've been at our local ones, we had a different trade-in schedule previously to this. This one is an enhanced trade-in schedule. I was able to get Pfaff and Viking to give me extra trade-in allowance. So all these numbers, you'll just have to trust me on this, are about $1,000 to $2,000 more than what they normally are. So there is a typo on here. Should I just see if anybody notices it?
Yeah, if you see the typo, let us know.
See if something weird. It's not even a typo. It's just something weird on here.
It's a weird,
take a look on
unfortunate mistake.
It does not make sense, but that's okay. I'll move on.
But wait.
So yeah, we're giving great trade-ins on this. We're also going to include a $1,500 value bundle, which is 3 hoops, optional hoops that I think you'll really enjoy, plus a multi-function foot control, which is really going to spoil you.
One of them is actually the creative embellishment attachment. So 2 hoops, the attachment, and the foot control, which is awesome.
I said 3 hoops, didn't I?
You did, but that's okay. But wait! I'm a little late.
We have factory refurbished Icon 2s. And you're like, Rob, what does a factory refurbished actually mean?
Well, what is it?
That's a good question. I'm glad you asked that. Let me answer. Okay, so Pfaff, if we sell a machine, let's say I sell you an Icon 2. Would you like to buy an Icon 2?
Sure, I can take another one.
Can you get her rung up there? So I take it to classroom, we open it, and it's out of adjustment for some reason right out of the box. Or maybe the screen got cracked, or something in shipping. Pfaff does not make us mess with those. We just box them back up. My rep sends me a call tag, and they pick it up. And in the meantime, I hand the customer another machine, and we're off to the races. What happens is they accumulate those over the course of a year or whatever, and they'll send me an email saying, Rob, you want some factory refurbished machines? I always say yes, because they are such a great buy. They come with full manufacturer warranty. The only thing that they don't come with sometimes are the instruction manuals, because they don't know if someone in the classroom slipped their invoice in there, and there might be some personal information. Maybe they wrote their name in the manual while they were in the classroom getting the machine opened up, whatever. So they just usually get rid of those so that doesn't happen. But they're 100% complete, great condition, full manufacturer warranty, and they're a smoking price. So we have them at half off. So $11,499 after a guaranteed $5,000 trade-in. Now, I'm going to change this, actually. I'm not going to require any kind of trade-in because I don't think we can really do that. If you're in Kentucky or something, I don't want your trade-in. I don't want you to have to worry about boxing it up or any of that. So this is just $11,499, no trade-in, half off. You still get those bundle items, the $1,500 bundle items.
But wait!
If that wasn't good enough, Magnus. Man, Magnus did a great job. He's negotiated super, ultra, mega rare financing. I had to put the word, I should have put ultimate in there.
You should have.
Dealer. What's wrong with me? So we have 72-month no interest financing. We never see that. We really don't even see 60-month no interest financing anymore. We usually online, we use like 36-month no interest financing if it's over $10,000, and that's usually where it stops. So for us to have this financing is great. So as low as $160 per month, you can own a factory refurbished, or you can also use it as 72 months on a brand new one. I don't want to discount the awesomeness of that, but these are just such a great buy at 50% off. I couldn't pass it up. Definitely. So, or if you don't want to finance, you get a $500 Rocky Mountain gift card. You can go shopping. You can buy a cabinet, like I said before, any of that. So if you want the financing, you are going to have to call our number to get that. That is something that will ship for free. It's also, there's no sales tax if you're outside of Colorado. And there was something else I was gonna include or talk about, but I've forgotten. So that's great. So you have to call for that. This is not something you can purchase right off of our website. There are restrictions where we can't advertise for lower than a certain price on our website. And I didn't want to come up with a third code because that'd be confusing. So give us a call. Go to RockyMountainSewing.com. Right on the home screen is our 888 number, and or right here. There we go. And we can make that happen. So I'll leave that up for a second because I'm sure the phones are going to start ringing off the hook, because 50% off.
That's crazy.
That's just never done.
And it's such a good machine. It's not like it's a 50% off on a machine that's like, meh, whatever.
Yeah.
No, it's an awesome machine.
Yeah, it's great. I'm excited. I might get one. You take this. I'm going to go buy a machine.
Oh, okay.
Actually, you take this. This is your slide. Okay. Anyways, Creative Performance 950.
Did you almost say any questions?
Any questions?
Any questions? Put them in the comments. I see Emily typing away furiously over there. All right. So we are next going to talk about the Pfaff Creative Performance 950, which is like the Icon 2's little sister.
It's actually an Icon 1.
It is.
With the new brain and body style.
Yeah, exactly. So it's got a little bit of a different screen, but a lot of the same features that we've seen on that other machine. So these are some of those features that we saw. So it stitches up to 1,000 stitches per minute with embroidery, which is great.
That's right.
I like puppy goes fast. We've got lots of embroidery fonts. We've got that shape creator and applique creator, and lots of different decorative stitches and things, including those exclusive stitches we talked about too.
Gotta have those.
Of course, we've got the automatic needle threader. Can never go wrong with those. And it also has the stitch creator. So this is something the Icon 2 has too. What I like about the stitch creator is I can take like one of my favorite stitches that might be just a single run. And if I want to make it like bold. All I have to do is pull it into Stitch Creator, press one button, press OK, and suddenly my stitch is bold. I've also used it to create my own custom decorative stitches. Like I made a costume that was a dragon once, and I made dragon scales so that I can kind of create my own fabric with it. And also has the ability to use that creative embellishment attachment that we were talking about. The creative embellishment attachment, yes, we can use Creativate to do that on their library, which is part of Creativate, by the way. If you've got any of the subscription, you've got access to what, 8,000 more designs? 9,000 more designs that are just available to you, including some of these creative embellishment attachment designs. But it does things like this that is very texturized. It's very textured embroidery, and you can do it with ribbons. You can do it with thick kind of yarn. The yarn that I used was a little bit,
Can you use beads on it?
You can use beads.
Yeah, awesome.
You can even use the yarn that usually doesn't work so well with couching, like the really fuzzy yarn that only has two like prongs in the middle. You can actually use that with the creative embellishment attachment beautifully. So the fact that this machine can take it is awesome because their smaller machines won't let you do that. We also, of course, have the integrated dual transport because that is one of the best parts about having a Pfaff. But these machines are great, especially if you're not ready to jump into an Icon 2, but you want to have that bigger throat space and a lot of those features. A Creative Performance 950 is wonderful.
Yeah, that's great. So we have guaranteed trade-in of 3,000. I'm going to have to wipe that out because we can't really do a trade-in online. So I'm just going to make this without a trade-in. Bring it down to $12,999. I don't believe you'll be able to do this right off our website, so you will have to call us on that. But wait, there's more. We're going to include an Admire Air Thread Serger or the Creative Expect 350. So I think this is a great, I mean, number one, the air thread serger, if you have a serger that's hard to use, this is like going to take care of that closet serger issue that we have.
Exactly. It's like a pump that goes
super easy to thread. And then also on the Expect 350, that's a 5x7 sewing and embroidery machine. I think that's a great machine to, take to classes, retreats, anything, maybe an RV for
hotel
travel.
Rooms.
Yeah. And I think it'll give you a nice secondary machine. Or if your 950 needs to just go in for the spa day, for service, you got your backup. You've got a backup machine there. And Magnus, he came through and got us 48-month, no interest financing, as low as $271 per month.
That Magnus, man.
And so give us a shout if you're interested, if you have questions. And I'd like to add a couple of things to our last two deals. Is that possible?
Are we adding?
I'm going to add something. So with the Creative Icon 2, whether you buy a new one or a factory certified machine, I want to include their elite level Creativate software for 1 year.
Oh my gosh.
And that will give you right on the icon, right on your screen, you can poke a button and have access to all 9,000 of those designs that are in their library. And you can renew it if you want on your own later, if you love it, which you will. And it'll just give you a lot of creative ability. So I'm going to include that. And on the 950, I'm going to include the next level down. Was that gold? I think the gold level.
It used to be gold. I forget what they call it now.
Yeah, it's the second tier, one's tier down from there. If you're interested, and I think the retail value on the Creative Icon one is about $500 extra retail value. So don't tell anybody I did that. It's a secret, right? Just between
just between us. All right, here we go.
Okay, so I'm super excited about this as well. We have some 720 special edition factory refurbished machines. This is one of my favorite of all time sewing only machines or quilting machines. There's no embroidery on this, but it has a 10-inch throat space. So Pfaff has different levels of machines. Their passports are 3/4 sided machines. Their ambitions are regular size machines. And then the expression line gives you that 10-inch space. Longer, right of the needle for quilters. It just gives you a lot more space. So a great machine. It's got the Pfaff exclusive stitches. It's got a pivot function, so you can put your needle down or put it in needle down, and the foot just goes up a little bit. It doesn't go all the way up. It just goes up a little bit, so you can pivot. Has a color touch screen, and it also has a stitch creator, so you can make your own, crazy quilt stitches right on the machine. It has a knee lift, has the dual feed. You got to have dual feed, and it memorizes your seam length. So if you've got a quilt square and you need it to be 6-inch seam every time, you do the first one, it memorizes it. Then it'll just duplicate that over and over again as you're quilting. and a lot more. It comes with
so many things.
Straight stitch needle plate. It just comes with a lot, and we sell a lot of these. When they told me that they had these available, I bought every single one that they had. Got a whole pallet of them. My warehouse manager wasn't thrilled with that, but you know, we found space for them because it's a great buy. Right now, on top of the great price I'm going to show you, you also get a bonus bundle. You get a Pfaff extension table, which is great for quilters. You get a nice start to quilt kit, which is rotary cutter, some quilting needles, some rulers, different supplies to get you quilting. It also comes with a Singer Steamcraft Plus 2.0 black iron, a $482 value.
And here we go.
So MSRP is $49.99. Online we have them at $26.99, but put in the code Tech Party, and you will get, your mind will just be blown what kind of price we have this at, and you get all that $489 bundle with it as well. This is a very limited supply product, so I suspect within the next couple of days, if not in the next 15 minutes, we will run out of these. So we will adjust our quantities online, and if we run out, it won't allow you to buy it. That's just how that works. So we have 6-month no interest financing. If you're interested again in the financing, you do have to give us a call because we deactivated it on our website, but it's about a after you get approved, it's about a 5-minute process. It's really a very straightforward process to get you rung through there. Okay.
Perfect. Prize time. Let's do it.
All right. I'm going to give away this. I should have done this earlier.
You should have done it with the Berninas.
I'm just slow sometimes.
That's okay.
We have a big book of fashion sewing by Bernina. Has a $12 million retail value. No, I think we're $125 retail value. This is good for anybody, even if you don't have a Bernina. I mean, if you have a Bernina, it's extra good. But if you don't have a Bernina, it is still applicable for you. Anybody can use this for fashion sewing.
Yeah, it's a great resource. So
how do they do that again?
We like, comment, and share on Facebook or YouTube, and you'll get entered to win. So this time, let's have you comment, what's the last garment you made? Or you're thinking about making?
Or what was the last garment you had someone make for you, like maybe a Viking tunic?
Oh, there you go.
All right. Okay, what's next, Megan? We're just rocking here.
Woo, we're on the Husqvarna Viking side.
Designer Epic 3.
All right, here we go. All right, so of course, you probably figured out, we're now Viking dealers. Woo-hoo.
Yeah, we've been Viking dealers for like 3 months.
Sometime in June, I think.
Yeah, so it was kind of on the nose. You know, we want to make sure people realize we weren't only going to talk about Viking, but you know, we did a video. Megan,
I might have convinced him to dress up.
She didn't just convince me. She forced me to get dressed up as a Viking. She was very mean about it. I'm still kind of a little scarred. But so this is her fault, all the Viking stuff. But it's been fun.
Yes.
And we are super pleased to be Viking dealers. They make amazing machines. It was the last component of us taking over the sewing machine world. You know?
Definitely.
Where bold makers become legends.
There you go. Oh, that's the first time you've used that all
It is.
It's on every slide.
Yeah.
Caught me off guard.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, but what was fun is, like, I went to training for Husqvarna Viking, and I was like, okay.
Wait, how do you say that?
Husqvarna Viking.
Okay.
Yep. I know I said it weird. I tripped. It's okay.
Right.
But I went to training, and I was like, okay, I know the FOPs pretty well. We'll be okay. And then I actually got really impressed with a lot of them. Not that I didn't expect to be, but I was more so than I expected to be, if that makes sense.
Well, I think our, not being dealers, we kind of didn't
we didn't know what the difference
We thought that they were really more close to Pfaff than they really were. They are the same but different.
Yeah, they've got some of the same bones, but then they have totally different features. So let's get into the weeds of it.
Let's go.
So first off, we are these machines are free arm embroidery capable, and you can kind of see how that unit is shaped. Of course, when you pull it out of the box, it's not going to look all metally like that.
Yes, we do put the covers on them and stuff.
Yes. Well, we don't.
Well,
manufacturer
does.
You might have to go find something.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you're going to have to go find something soon.
Disappear.
Yep.
Exit stage, whatever.
For us, that's stage left. Okay, anyways. But you can also sew with your embroidery unit on. It also has a new snap-in hoop system, which is kind of hard to see on this image. But instead of having to slide in your hoops, you can actually snap them into place. And that way, it makes it so much faster to switch between hoopings, which is great. We also have a camera and a scanner, so you can figure out your placement. And then, of course, the projector. And we've already talked about Creative 8. This machine works seamlessly with Creative 8 as well. Now, there are 4 hoops included with this machine, including an 18-inch by 10.2 inches, or you can get an optional 18 by 18.
Yes, and for the first time ever, since they've come out with new hoops, I kind of did that too soon, sorry.
No, you're fine.
I can actually fit inside of one of the hoops, and watch this. No, I'm not going to do it.
Dang it. I kept trying to get him to practice, so
yeah.
I guess I was unsuccessful.
Is what you call a hoop.
It is awesome. And like I said earlier, yeah, a lot of these machines, we might not get hoop envy. This is where we get hoop envy.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Oh my gosh. Anyways, so it comes with an 18-inch by 10.2 inch, a 9.5 by 6, a 14 by 10, and a 4 by 4. And then with that new adapter, with that new hooping system, it comes with an adapter so you can use your other Pfaff or Viking hoops with these guys. So that mega turnable hoop though, oh my goodness.
Yep.
Oh, wonderful. We also have support tables that come with this machine. So these support tables are ones that you can put one in the back, one in the front. And when you're using an 18-inch hula hoop, it makes it so it doesn't bounce around as she's stitching. What's also nice is if you don't have a lovely home for your machine, like the cabinet we've been doing our demonstrations on, you can actually have these extension tables open so that you can sew with them as well.
I just want to keep this hoop up. I'm just gonna maybe I'll just wear it for the rest
there you
of the
go.
presentation.
Yeah, I think that'll work.
This hoop.
It'll be great. We're getting told to move this way.
Yeah, sorry.
Nope, I'm moving this way.
Or this way.
Rob, move. There we go. Okay. Anyways. Anyway, so it does have the free arm embroidery capabilities. So right here on this one, we're showing the extra free arm embroidery hoop that makes those things easier, but you can actually do things like bags super easily. So you just kind of hoop it, let it dangle, and it's good to go. So you can see that guy.
Most embroidery machines outside of the multi-needles are flatbeds, so it makes it really, really hard to do those.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't need a multi-needle to do all of those different things. Now, it can do caps. I would still probably use a multi-needle for that one.
Definitely.
But it is great that we can do that free arm stuff. So we were going to do a live demo on exact positioning, but I've kind of changed gears and decided I wanted to show you guys something else. But this does have something called exact positioning, where it walks you through every step with words how to get your placement perfect. And it uses the projector if you would like, and you can just anchor it, swing it, and then it gets it perfect every single time. It's super precise.
And easy.
And super easy. And then, of course, just like our Pfaff machines have exclusive stitches, Viking has some. And these ones are really, really fun. So I'm going to empty out some room over here. I'm going to reach behind you. Whoop. This is the part where I start tearing down my sample wall.
It's all right.
Whoop. No.
I'm helping.
Okay, well, while he does that, the first one that they do is applique stitches. So applique stitches are going to look like this. I kind of call them a scrap buster because they don't use very much fabric, but as you can see with what it's doing there, it sews for a little bit and then it stops and then you lay your fabric down. And then you can cut out all those different designs and you've got this super cute applique stitch. They also have something called pop-up stitches, which the pop-up stitches kind of add some texture to what you're doing. You can do tulle, you can do cotton, you can do fluffy stuff. It just gives you a little bit more of a three-dimensional look. So I actually used it on a hem on this little dress here, which also has the sequin stitches. So the fabric that's on this dress, the sequins that are on it were not part of the fabric originally. I actually used the machine to attach those sequins. And it sounds like it would be hard or whatever. It's so easy because they give you a little L shape to do it. And then you can really embellish your projects that way. There's also something on the machine called combination stitches. And of course, I hemmed this dress with them with the same color thread. So we'll see if you can see it on a live stream. But it basically combines 2 to 4 different stitches that kind of go together. And you can tell it when to switch between the two. So you can maybe see the hemline right there. But you can really kind of switch between what you're doing. And it just creates a new texture, which is really fun. Now, on this one, also a shameless plug of the projector. And you can see that I realized that I needed to make the projector brighter on this one. So this is another one that if you wanted to, Rob, you can turn it to highlighter yellow.
I love that.
The guided pictograms, it lets you sew for a little bit, then it projects a line of light that you rotate that stitch that you just stitched to line it up with, and then you sew again. So the grid line helps you keep a straight line. However, you can also do things like little Christmas trees or little fishies or all sorts of things. I'm going to put this guy here for you. You can see that I use the sequin stitches on this guy too, because why wouldn't I, make a Christmas tree kind of glitzy, right? Why not?
That's what Christmas tree's all about.
But it's a great creative way to use that projector. in a way that we haven't used it before. And then here, I would love to talk to you guys about the joy of sewing. This is the point where you might take a little mini break so I can go set up the machine and I can actually poke the buttons and show you guys.
Yes.
So we will see you guys, and it'll probably take me about 3 minutes. See you then.
Popular enough to be worth replacing. And that's fine. I don't really want to carry it.
Okay, so thanks for bearing with me while I switched our machines around really quick. But I wanted to show you guys about the joy of sewing that's built into the Designer Epic 3 from Husqvarna Viking. So on these machines, when you first turn it on, you've got your home screen like this. If I go into sewing mode, first thing it's going to do is it's going to pop up this Joy of Sewing advisor. And what it's doing is it's basically saying, okay, cool, we want to sew. What fabric are you using? So automatically it's going to pick woven medium, which includes calico, quilting fabrics, etc. So it's giving me a description of what each thing is. If I wanted to do leather, I can go in there and it's going to change what techniques and stuff it recommends for it too. So it actually gives me all of these different ideas and things that we can do while we're using those different fabrics. So I'm going to hop back into woven really quick. Just do woven medium and hit start new. And then I want to point out up here and down here, we've got our regular length, our regular thread tension, 4.6, all of that. It can tell what presser foot is on the machine. So it's telling me I've got the wrong foot on, but that's all right. But then if I decide that I've been piecing forever and now I want to go work on one of those bags I saw, it's so fun, I can go up here to my little fabric advisor and switch it. So maybe I'm saying I'm doing leather now. If you look down here, our stitch length changed. So it's no longer as short. It'll also change your tension or some of those other things as you go along as well. If you're doing something more than seaming and you want to go back, we just go back home. Boop, there we go. We go back to sewing. It goes back with the sewing advisor going, okay, this is what I'm set up for. Is that what we want to do? And then maybe I want to switch to stretch. And maybe I say I want to do overcast. And now she sets it up, and she even gave me a tutorial on how to do it right, including a little image that I can pull up to see exactly what I'm doing, what foot I should be using, all of that. So the joy of Sewing Advisor really makes this machine super easy to use because she will walk me through every step of the way if I need to be. Otherwise, her brain is going to do most of the thinking for me. So the fact that it does it every single time I turn on the machine, anytime I go to switch stitches, I think that's fabulous because sometimes we think a little too hard and get a little in our heads when we're trying to do something like that. So with this, I'm going to hop us back over. So give us just a second to switch cameras again.
Welcome back. We're getting fast at these switchovers.
We really are. So yeah, so the joy of sewing really walks you through all those different things as we go through. So I think the next slide is it too, because I wasn't sure if the video would show on the projectors at home at the live audiences. Yeah. But it really changes all those different things for you, and it's organized very neatly, so you don't get confused. Next is going to be the Husqvarna Viking exclusive sensor system. This is cool. Yes. So just like we've got dual feed and everything, this is something that only Husqvarna Viking can do. And you can see me sewing on just regular cotton here. And now I'm going to fold a piece of sweatshirt fleece into 4s and watch the presser foot as it goes over this. It actually is going to raise my presser foot up and over to accommodate those. And then I'm going to pause and it's going to pivot. And you'll notice that presser foot lifts up a little bit higher than what it was doing on the cotton. Now we're going to keep going, and I'm going to do almost a whole quilt sandwich. What it actually is you know that polyester batting you get when you first start quilting and you're like, man, this is cheap, and it's really scratchy. That's the stuff underneath it. But the feed dog's actually lower as you lift as you go into pivot mode. And you notice the pivot is not going as high as it did when it did on the sweatshirt fleece.
It's not snagging on the feed dogs.
Yeah, it's not snagging, not doing any of that. It adjusted everything while it was going. And next, what I'm going to do is I have a piece of denim that I put up here. This is really cool. I'm pleating it as we go. And if you watch, sometimes my fingers get in the way. You can see my presser foot rising and falling on all of those different pleats. And I want to point out, I'm going the hard way, not the easy way.
Over it, yeah.
So it's really going over all of those nice and smoothly. So that exclusive sensor system really changes your presser foot pressure without you having to think about, oh, I forgot to change it in the advisor. Yeah. So now it's not doing the right thing.
And you have a dual feed behind it. So if you had that with the dual feed, you'd be unstoppable.
Exactly. Exactly. And I think our next slide shows the dual feed in action.
I like to jump ahead.
That's fair. Yeah, we've gotten very used to this PowerPoint by now. Yeah. So the dual feed, right here, I'm sewing without the dual feed active. And you can see how like up that tricot ended up. Sound effect included.
Well, because it's sewing just like any other sewing machine. It's just regular feed dogs.
Exactly. So now I've engaged that dual feed. Now watch how beautifully that tricot goes through. See how smooth it is? How it doesn't wrinkle or do any of that stuff? So with both the exclusive sensor system and the dual feed, you can do literally anything on this machine. Wow. I mean, when we first got them, you had me throw one through the ringer. Oh my goodness, that thing was butter. It was great.
All right. Now for my special deal. So we have that enhanced price list or trade-in schedule. But I'm going to, for the new ones, I kind of have to maintain that. I keep moving off to the side because I'm a squirrel.
He is, but wait.
But wait, if you purchase a Viking Epic 3 at Tech Party, you're going to get a Viking quilt kit. And, notice these are ands, not ors. A Viking Amber Air S4 400.
Ooh.
And the So Tight kits.
The big one.
The big one. 24 by 42?
24 by 42.
$27.71 total value. I'll have to put this like on a pallet almost to bring it to you.
I know. It'll be great. Whoop. There they
50
went.
bucks. She did like
But
3 of them
wait!
during the break, and those are free.
I know.
So now we're up to 3. Oh boy. But wait, we also have Epic 3 factory service machines, just like we did with the Icon 2, 50% off, so they're $12,999. And you're not going to, we don't require trade with these. Still get the quilt kit, the serger, and the So Tight bundle at $27.71 value.
The whole thing. Yep. But wait!
Magnus, you stud. Got a 72-month no-interest financing, as low as $181 a month. And something I did not say earlier. Oh, and also I'd like to do the top tier from Ruth, the top tier Creative 8. That'll give you those $9,000 or $9,000 embroidery design library and all those features for Creative 8 already.
Oh my goodness! And you can look at the library on the Designer Epic 2 too,
or 3, whatever
enabled. It is. Designer Epic 3.
Yes. Now, something I did not mention on the Creative Icon 2, I don't think I said this, and on the Epic 3 refurbished machines, those are very limited quantities. We don't have millions of them to give out to sell. Yeah. But last I checked with the Creative Icon 2, I think we had 4.
Oh wow!
Yeah, we don't have many. In the Epic 3, I think I had 4 or 5. So don't delay. By today.
Yes, and I know there was a lot of interest this week, so.
Big time. Yeah, we just had our tech parties. People are going to be marinating this weekend, I'm sure, coming in Monday. If you said, Rob, I really, really loved the Epic 3. I love everything Megan showed, but I'm allergic. I'm just totally allergic to embroidery. The Epic Quilt 97 is a solution for that. So it's an Epic 3 without sewing.
Including the projector.
Yep.
So you get your projector.
A sewing machine with a projector.
Yeah,
you know? So
that doesn't do embroidery.
Normally on the internet, if you looked right now on our website, as long as it's like everybody else's, it's at $98.99, MSRP of $13,999, but use the code
Tech Party!
Yeah, to unlock the savings. So don't delay. Check it out today. I changed it up on you.
You did.
Where bold makers become legends.
There we go.
I'm throwing that in there a lot. And then on the Epic or the Epic 97, we have 48-month no interest financing and a video. All right.
Okay.
We're back.
Right. So these are the newest machines from Husqvarna Viking, which is the new Topaz line. So
brand new. They launched it like 2 days ago.
Super new. So we do have it on the floor on some of our stores. So if you're local, you can go check them out. But here's a quick rundown of these machines. So we've got the Designer Topaz 65 and the Designer Topaz Topaz 65 and the Topaz 55Q. The Designer Topaz is sewing and embroidery. The 55Q is just sewing. So a lot of these features that we're going to be talking about relate to both machines, but if it's anything embroidery, it's just the 65. Yep. Oops, I keep pushing the wrong button. So both of them do have the automatic needle threader. So it is a lever button. So instead of a boop, it's more of a...
But it's still not the... thing.
Yeah, it's not the swoop stuff.
Yeah.
So apparently we're into sound effects with needle threaders today.
We're doing good.
Yep. We also... on both of these machines is that exclusive sensor system we just talked about too. So you've got those 2 fantastic features on both machines. We do have the Joy of Sewing Advisor as well. So you can adjust those different fabric types or anything like that. It's a 7-inch color touchscreen. You've got good piercing power on there. You've got your top and bobbin sensors. So bobbin chicken, you will know if you're about to lose. Automatic presser foot up and down, which means it does the pivot function too. We've got lots of stitch tapering, things like that with decorative stitches. And it's a 10-inch throat space as well. For the embroidery, it does come with a 14¼ by 8-inch hoop. So the 360 by 200 millimeter. Has lots of embroidery designs built into it. Has the exact positioning, some basting options, and it goes up to 850 stitches per minute. So not as fast as the Epic 3, but still pretty solid. Like I said, it was quick.
This is super fast. We actually made these slides just right.
Yeah,
we just launched this. So
yeah, I think we did this Tuesday. We went,
yeah.
oh, we need to add those.
So we have these on our website. If the winds blew right, I think they did. Kosh, are these on our website? She's nodding. Cool.
Okay.
$44.99 is the MSRP on the 55Q. Use the code
Tech Party.
Yes, to save ridiculous amounts of money. And the Designer Topaz 65, if you're looking for that embroidery, great embroidery machine, $59.99 MSRP. Use code
Tech Party
to save on that as well.
So curious.
Oh yeah.
I think it's interesting that they're topaz machines, but they're not topaz colored.
Yeah, I don't know what to find out why.
Yeah,
It's
comment
like
below what you think
like
happens for them to turn those different colors. They're very pretty though.
Yeah,
I mean, there's like the sea foam, and then it's not plum because that's BabyLock, but it's like that pinky purple.
They always do great colors.
They really do. They're just very aesthetic.
Yeah. All right, so this isn't a new machine. We have just a great buy on the Janome 550 ELE. We get so much activity on our website for this machine. It's amazing because it's a great embroidery exclusive machine. Again, if you have that Pfaff 7570, that's a great sewing machine, but really outdated embroidery, this would be a great solution for you. It includes a USB drive with 30 large exclusive designs, 180 built-in designs, classic floral alphabets. In the hoop monsters is really fun. You can make these little stuffed monsters right in the hoop. And Sashiko has 6 fonts and a USB port. So if you want to take designs from your PC over, you can just put them on a thumb drive really easily. Right out of the box, it comes with AccuStitch software. They want to get you dip your toe into some software, embroidery software in their world. Has 4 embroidery hoops right out of the box. Good selection of hoops. It has an extension table to give support because it is a larger embroidery field. Has an embroidery arm built in the neck of the machine to minimize space because it attaches differently than most machines. And it has on-screen editing features, which is rare for an entry-level, embroidery exclusive machine.
Yeah.
So MSRP is $49.99. Internet price is $31.99. You have to use the code
Tech Party
to unlock the savings. And if you want 18-month no interest financing, give us a shout. We can make that magic happen for you really easily.
Definitely. And I think the hoop size, did we mention? I think it's 7 inches by 12 inches. So that's a pretty decent hoop size for you.
That would have been an important slide for me to put in there.
Yeah, we missed it on a couple because we get too excited.
We do.
We get very excited. We're like excitable puppies.
All right.
Prize time.
Prize time. Let's give away. I've got a couple.
What are we doing?
So I'm going to do 2 things here. I've got another $50 gift card.
Ooh.
We're going to give away, and she didn't even have to hiccup for you to win this.
A freebie gift card.
Another $50 Rocky Mountain gift card.
All right.
And then I always give away a bobbin saver when we have our live stuff, so I might as well do it here. This is a cherry flavored one, and so you can put your bobbins in here, wound or unwound. You can throw them at your cameraman, and the bobbins will stay in there. And we just love giving these away. If you haven't used one of these before, you've got to get one.
Absolutely. And you know what? Why don't you comment and let us know how many bobbins you think you have for your machine?
Yeah.
Because I know some of us have quite the collection.
Yeah.
I should say reusable bobbins, not pre-wound bobbins. Because you shouldn't reuse those.
And one of the customers said you could put salt in here and for like margaritas and stuff too.
Oh, there you go.
Just a use outside of that. What else could you use that for?
I mean, my dog thought it was a toy when I took one home. He took all my bobbins.
Could you put like ice in there, make that like into a teething ring?
I bet you probably could.
Kind of a messy.
Justin's a little too old for that one.
Yeah. Think about it. Anyway, let us know where bold makers become legends. So the Continental M6 is not a new machine, but it is an amazing machine. It's one of my favorite sewing only machines.
And it's very cute. That pretty purple color.
I was just going to say, it's very cute. That's why I like it.
It's
got a seamless workspace, 13 by 13.7, right of the needle, 5.5 high. What I really like about this is it's got a great intelligence, feeding system. Kind of like the Viking. When you put your foot up, the feed dogs drop down. So when you turn your fabric, you don't get any snagging on the feed dogs, which is kind of important.
Yes. You don't get any of that scarring or anything either.
It has a patented stress-free needle plate. So you push a button, it pops up. If you put like a little quarter there, a little hand reaches out and grabs it like the old banks, so you can save money.
It's a patented stress-free needle plate.
You had to point out a typo.
I did. I had to point out that one. Great. That one was pretty patented.
Thank you. I'm not going to go
say
through
that 10 times
all
fast.
of these here, but it has 400 built-in stitches. I talked about the sewing space already. 1,300 stitches per minute because this has a different kind of sewing motor in it. I don't know if I don't talk about it here. It's got a motor that's not typical. It uses magnets and magic. So it allows it to go faster. It runs cooler. It'll last longer, has less maintenance, but it allows you on some of these machines. I've actually, like on the M8 or this one here, you can go through 16 layers of denim.
It's
like
really impressive.
It's great. I don't have a slide for this, but there's a little QR code on the bottom right of the screen. Every time you change stitches, you can see it change. You can download a free app called AccuSpark 2. And let's say you've never done a blind hem before or buttonhole. You can actually pick your blind hem stitch or whatever, zap it with the app, and it'll give you step-by-step instructions on how to properly utilize that stitch. It's an amazing feature, and I think it's a great machine for beginners or experienced quilters. It also comes with I think it has a knee lift. I mean, it's just got a lot of features.
I don't believe this one comes with a knee lift. I think its big sister does.
I might have lied.
But
check it out on our website.
It's
you
a
can
great
fact check
machine.
me on that. But if you check it out on our website, there's lots of information. I think you'd love this machine. We have a great promotion, so it's kind of one of those perfect storms. Right now, Janome has this promotion where you get a $600 value bundle with it. You can see it comes with an extension table, some scissors, and a whole bunch of accessories that go with it, valued at $600. Plus, we have it on the internet right now for $46.99, but you can use code
Tech Party
to unlock the savings. And we have 18-month no interest financing. And you can, I think you just really enjoy this machine. When people that are friends of mine want a new machine and they quilt, I always recommend this guy. So it's a great machine.
They're great.
All right. This is just regular prize time. I'm going to give away 2 more of these. So I'm going to give away another 18 box of string. Get you going. This is some good rayon thread, great for embroidery. I'm also going to give away another one of the magnifiers.
Oh man,
you haven't
never
hiccuped
have
enough. I had some budget for hiccups.
I haven't
hiccuped enough, and so I've got money left over to burn here.
I guess that's fair.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Apparently, so to be fair, our videographer has kind of trained me. When I start doing videos, if I hiccup, I have to redo it.
Oh.
So that might be part of it. My body is like, ah.
Yeah.
He's staring me down.
All right. And then actually, we got our big prize too.
We do have our big prize.
Our big prize. So we don't actually have it here. I'm used to grabbing it. So we're also going to conclude our tech party here, but make sure you comment, like, share. If you have like 100 friends and you share this to 100 friends, you get 100 entries, right?
I think that's how it works. So
yeah, we have a software program. The more you share and like and comment, the more
entries you have.
So it's going to be pretty intense. So we will, just to reiterate, we're going to pick our winners on Saturday the 5th.
Yes.
And we will be posting that through not only on social media, but if you're a part of our email database, we will send that out. So if you want to be part of our email group, just go to the homepage at RockyMountainSewingandVacuum.com or RockyMountainSewing.com. Go all the way to the bottom. I don't know my own website.
No, crazy.
Go to the bottom, put your email in there, and we will add you to the list. So
definitely. And on Facebook and YouTube, I'll be tagging all the different winners. If you are one of the winners, email rockymountain.edu@gmail.com. You'll get right to me. We can figure out how to get it to you.
Yep.
And of course, guys, thank you so much for joining us.
It's been a blast.
Yeah.
You know, it's been fun. And remember, if you have any questions, you can call the 888 number on our homepage. You can also email at our online sales manager at rockymountain.onlinesales@gmail.com. We'll get back to you right away.
Yep. You can still keep commenting and everything like that too, because we'll be checking that.
We'll be checking it out. So thank you so much for spending your Saturday with us.
Sunday.
Sunday. I mean, it's taken us a lot longer. Is this the Arvada store? Where am I at?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. It's been a lot of fun, and we'll see you next time.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Bye now. Okay.
All right. Yay.
We're on.
Oh, we're on?
So yeah, we're just getting our mics out and everything. I forgot to mention what we're giving away at the very beginning. We mentioned it. The big prize. So it's the big, huge R&K bundle that's worth $50 million. I don't know.
I think it was $39.99.
30, yeah.
It's got stabilizer, it's got thread, all of that other stuff.
It's great. We were just totally dorks and didn't mention that. So I thought we'd come back on, and this is going to be out there forever now. So Sean, we're done. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, I'm dead.
We'll see you.
All right. Thanks, guys.